Okay, so that is the call of bars loaded to start off this second session of Southwest Regionals. This is Obi Hernandez commentating solo dolo. Starting off with Ileana Rosas to start off this flight, first lifter of the day, not the day, of this session.
Representing the women's raw less than 75 kilo weight class. Come on, Eliana.
Solid lift, solid lockout, solid opener for her. Man, I really thought I was gonna have someone to bounce off of for this session, but it's just me, so you might hear some of my thoughts or something. We are out here in Dallas, Fort Worth, Regency Hyatt. This is the first time I've ever done a meet here at the airport. This is pretty interesting, pretty fun. Moving on to Audrey Moreland. She's the only women's raw master 75 kilo in this meet. So really, she just has to finish and she goes home with a gold medal. Easy lift for Audrey. 2 out of 3 white lights, all you need. Bars loaded for Justice Hamame. If you've never been or watched a powerlifting meet, every lifter has 3 attempts, and the highest successful attempt is one getting scored. Ideally, your opener should be the easiest lift of the meet. If it's not, maybe hire a coach or something, I'm not sure. We finally get the music working out here. That's very nice. Easy lift from Rona. I really couldn't imagine having to do a powerlifting meet with no music. If it was just like quiet room, I don't think I'd be able to summon the intensity necessary for a heavy lift. Good thing I don't have to worry about that because there's music. Chelsea Fisher up for her opener. She's forecasted 3rd place. I don't know many of these lifters except for one in a later flight, so I'm going to be commentating mostly on their standings and any opinions I have on their lifts. Clean lift, man. Got nothing to say except good, nice lift. Rachel Barnes, opener, up next. She is forecasted 1st place in the raw women's 70 kilo weight class. It's a pretty stacked weight class. It's got like 5 other true competitors. When I say true competitor, I mean someone that's in the meet and not like a guest lifter or like a youth or teen or masters lifter. That was Rachel Barnes with her first successful opening attempt. Bars loaded, Stephanie Gallegos. What a common name. I feel like I know like 3 people with that name. good, comfortable walkout. Saw like an extra step or two in there. It's going to be a call of depth, folks. Let's see it. 2 reds. It's all right. She's got 2 more lifts to make it up. I bet I can shout myself out on here. No one will get mad. If anyone's listening to my voice and wants to follow me on Instagram, follow me at Obiesaurus, Obiesaurus. I am a 12-year powerlifter. First competition meet for myself, I was 12 years old. I am 24 years old now. So I've been doing this quite a while. I've been doing this so long they pay me to sit here and commentate. So that's pretty fun. Good, easy lift for Valerie. Daniela Sierra opening up with 315 pounds, 142 kilos. Looked easy, looked a little slow. She missed it on what seems to be depth. I was going to say it looks a little slow, but I have no idea how she usually squats, so that could be fast for her. Who knows? All right, let's go, Katie. Get this. Opening up 150 kilos, 330 pounds. 150 kilos at 75 kilos. That's gotta be like double body weight or something. I looked at my phone and I missed her lift, so I'm going to assume it was fast. It is good, but I'm going to assume it was so fast I missed it. Bars loaded for Christy Doe, who is coming in with the forecasted first place total for the women's Raw Junior. She is not the strongest 75 kilo. That will be the next lifter, who is a Raw open lifter by the name of Precious Andrew. Christy Doe taking out her what should be an easy opener to secure what should be a first place total, or at least a first place forecasted total. Quick lift, quick drop into the hole, good bounce out. 3 white lights. Anyone who doesn't really know the light system, you only need 2 out of 3 white lights for a successful lift. If it is 2 or 3 red lights, well, better luck next time. You do have an opportunity to go overturn it at the grand jury table, which is off to the right of the camera, which you cannot see. Precious Andrew opening up 347 pounds at 75 kilos body weight, which is 165 pounds. Precious is forecasted first place, but really, if you know anything about how to read lifting cast, forecasted place and forecasted total is only under the assumption that you only get your openers along with any successful lifts that you have under your belt at the moment. Precious Andrew, 2 out of 3 red lights. I did not see what color we're under the red light, so I don't know what it was. I'm going to assume depth. Been a lot of depth calls this morning. If you're a lifter competing in the next couple of sessions, the only advice I have for you is make sure your hips are mobile and warm, especially if you drove in from far away. I would hate to get called on depth after like having tight hips. Something completely in my control that I could have prevented. Oh man, I would freak. Sabrina, our only guest lifter of this flight, I believe of this session, but guest lifter of this flight, that could mean any number of things. She could have missed weight. She could have, I don't know, not paid her dues or something. I assume it's mostly missed weight. That's the only time I've ever seen a guest lifter. Hey, but she paid for the meet and she's here to have fun. 3 white lights for her. Good job. Going back up to the first lifter of the second round of the first flight, back to Ileana Rosas. She made a successful opening attempt and jumped 10 kilos or 22 pounds. So second attempt, 215 pounds, respectable. Quick squat command. Quick rack command. Quick 2 out of 3 white lights, good lift. Shout out to our TSS spotters and loaders. That's the crew you see spotting the lifters and loading the weight. If you want to be interactive, time them. See how long it takes them, and then text me or text someone and say, hey, these guys are moving fast, these guys are moving too slow. Quick lift, let's see if she hits depth according to the judges. Right on, right on. 2 out of 3 shows what I know, right? I wonder how you pronounce her last name. Hamame. Justice Hamame. Justice taking a 10-key jump as well, lifting 270 pounds at 154 body weight. And that's going to be 3 out of 3 red lights. Always next time. Got one more lift. Couple of little hippity hops to get the wiggles out before a big lift. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. 7-key jump for Rona, 15-pound jump. Anyone who's confused about the numbers on the screen, the attempts you see, those are in kilograms. So if you're lifting 100 kilos, that's 220 pounds. Technically 220.4. Yes. One kilo is 2.2 pounds. That is the conversion. A lot of people you see in these powerlifting meets have been doing it to the point where they understand kilos better than pounds, or they understand the colors on the bar better than kilos or pounds. I've kind of at this point in my life, I think in kilos and then transfer it over to pounds for anyone who doesn't know kilos. Anyways, Valeria Gonzalez coming in with their second attempt, repeating her opener, which she missed. I believe she missed it on depth. Maybe she outright failed it. That kind of looked not like an opener. It looked a little hard. 3 white lights, what do I know? Stephanie Gallegos, someone who also missed their first attempt. Going up on their second attempt, that's a bold move, Cotton. That's a bold move. Going up after you miss Your opener is usually not ideal, especially if you want to secure a total for the meet. It totally makes sense if you got 135 way easy and it was just like a rookie mistake that you can fix for that second attempt. But a 5-key jump at her body weight off of a failed opener is a little bit of a red flag. But again, I probably saw her opener, but don't remember what happened. Let's see how this one moves. Right on. I think she did miss her first on depth because that looked way easy. Oh yeah, she probably was planning to jump like 10 keys and only took a conservative jump or something. So this is what you usually see for most people when they miss a lift. You can see Daniela is the technical controller, Annabelle, my fiance, my beautiful fiance, Annabelle, is taking her off the platform so she can do her wrist wraps off of the platform, which is a funny little rule, but it is for the safety of the lifter and we will conform to it at all times. As I was saying before, it's a little more normal to see a repeated second attempt. Like you see here, she missed 142, her opener at 315 pounds, and is now repeating it for a second attempt. So yeah, she's missing out. There's an opportunity cost of the safety she is getting in repeating her opener. That looked a little high. But what do I know? I'm watching from way far away. I knew it. Never second guess myself. It's all right. Hopefully she can bury this next one, maybe sit a little bit farther back, sit a little more into her heels, and actually hit that depth. But we got Chelsea Fisher up here. I think she was like straight bullying in first place, or at least forecasted first place last I saw. No, Chelsea Fisher is standing in third place behind two other people. She is... She is squatting pretty fast, pretty aggressive. Good job. 3 white lights for Chelsea. That's as many as you can hope for. She's currently about 50, 55 kilos behind first place, which will not be Rachel, but the lady after Rachel, Precious. 50 kilos over an entire meet is not impossible to make up, but it's really hard. You gotta really work for it. Gotta have a perfect day. Very quick 315 squat from the 154 lifter. A little bit over double body weight. It's always cool to see at what point in the round/flight system you start to see like double body weight, triple body weight. If you're at like Worlds or the World Games, quadruple body weight for some people's deadlift. That's always really cool to see. It's a cool stat to kind of talk about. Oh, this person's lifting 2.5 times their body weight. This person is not, but you know what I mean. This person's lifting a little over twice their body weight. Precious Andrew missed her first attempt, so if she could just secure her opener, she will be standing in forecasted first. So let's see what she can pull out here. Solid squat, solid brace, poker face. From the angle I'm watching, it did not look deep enough, but hey man, what do I know? 2 out of 3 white lights, good lift for Precious. He's in the game. A little bit of technical lag on the display screen. Has Precious Andrews' name and weight. But currently we are on Christy Doe. (160 kilos, 352 pounds. Awesome. Easy lift, still lagging on the display screen. If you see the spotters and loaders kind of looking up and trying to see what their next weight to load is. They're waiting on that screen to update. Ah, perfect. That screen is now updated. We have the correct lifter, and our spotters now know what they need to be doing. Bars loaded for Katie Kuhn-Lavuth. I hope I said that right. You'll notice that she's at the end of the round, so not only is she one of the heaviest squatters, but she will also be one of the heaviest deadlifters. I'm looking ahead. Let's see how Katie fares on her second attempt. Quick squat, very nice. Only one red light, nothing to even worry about there. On to Sabrina, the second attempt guest lifter we have here. I was working admissions a little earlier today before this session started. I met a man by the name of Philip. I'm looking at him now. He's competing on Sunday. Guy's huge. He's from Lebanon. He said he was Lebanese. I got a soft spot for people with accents, so I struck up a conversation with him. He's a pretty cool dude, man. I've never met a guy from, I've never met a Lebanese guy, but he does, if there's any Lebanese listeners out there right now, your boy Philip represented you very well. Pretty easy second attempt from Sabrina. I'm excited to see what she's gonna slap on the bar for her third attempt. We are back up to the third round of the first flight, back to the first lifter, Ileana Rosas, another 10-key jump from her. 237 pounds for that squat. She's so far not missed anything, and that's pretty cool to see. It's always cool to see a lifter not bomb out or not be under stress, but you're always going to be under stress. Nice, right on. Man, I'm gonna guess she had like, all her squats looked the same. It didn't like slow down. I would say she had another 100 kilos in there. She could have squat 500 today. Bars loaded Audrey, last squat attempt of the day for her. She's taking 115 kilos, 253 pounds at 75 kilos body weight. 165 body weight. Good lift, Audrey. It's always so interesting to see people's squat patterns. Everyone's made different. Everyone's made in God's image, but everyone has different length femurs, arms, different size shoulders. So it's always cool to see what a fast, intense, heavy squat looks like under a certain body type. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. Good, bad lift for Justice. Sure, her hips just get a little too far behind her out of the hole, and she cannot get back from that position. Man, people watch people squat, and they'll see them fail like out of the hole, like where she did just now, and they'll swear, "Oh man, you gotta work on your back so you can stand up with it." That is so untrue, dog. A lot of it has to do with the position you're squatting into rather than squatting out of. So if you're going into the hole way too forward into your toes, and you initiate that squat out of the hole, if you are on your toes, your body will just push your hips back in order to get your weight distribution correct for a lift like that. Third attempt for Rona. Good grind, but unlike the last lifter, she kept her chest upright in the hole. She didn't let it fall too far down. So when she did end up squatting, she could just squat straight through her straight through her feet into the floor, into her quads, into her brace, into her back, into her shoulders, rather than finding some disconnect, say in her core, and then having those hips shoot way back on you. Yeah, man, this sport is it's all about positioning. It's all about obviously strength. It's obviously about strength, but people know that to the point where they think that's all it's about. When in reality, I would rather much be a technically savvy lifter than the strongest lifter in the room. The strongest lifter in the room usually has some ego that is not allowing them to become the most technically savvy in the room. Last lift from Stephanie, 142 kilos. That's actually 314, but everyone's going to round it up to 315. Everyone's always going to give you that benefit of that doubt. Good lift. I wonder if she's ever seen 3 plates on the bar before, because if not, she just did it today. Just in kilos, obviously. Bars loaded for Chelsea Fisher, rocking in second place in the Women's Raw 75 Open. She's only a couple of kilos behind first place, about 30. Ooh, man. Yeah, that step at the end, since she technically, obviously, she got up with the weight. She was strong enough to complete the weight. It didn't staple her at the floor today, but she's got to wait for that rack command from the head judge. If she doesn't get that rack command, she's not controlling the weight. If you're not controlling the weight until that rack command, it's a no lift. It would have been perfect for a gym lift, but I don't know. Not at the gym. We're at a hotel at DFW Airport. Rachel Barnes coming out to finish her last squat of the day. 330 pounds at 154 body weight. Man, that's kind of impressive. What the hell? That was a very easy lift from Rachel. I think it looked like a second attempt. But again, I don't know how she usually squats. Maybe she always squats that fast until like she just gets stapled in the floor. Who knows? Bars loaded for Precious, who's rocking in first place by good amount. Good amount. About 25 kilos? No, I'm sorry. 40 kilos. She was able to get her second attempt, so as long as she's healthy, she gets out of squat in first place. As you can see, she did repeat her opener for her second attempt for safety's sake, but she did lose the opportunity to hit a true third attempt unless she jumped extra for her second to third attempt, which is not usually a good idea because then you're just kind of risking another attempt. And that's going to be 3 red lights for Precious, but like I said, as long as she's healthy, she's staying in first place and has the rest of her bench and deadlift to kind of show out. Every day I want to rock and roll all night. Party every day I rock and roll all night. Christy Doe finishing out her last squat of the day. She's also rocking in first place 75 Raw Junior, which is the 20 to 23 year old age division. So although she is behind Precious in the open division, she's not registered in the open, so she's the only junior lifter in this weight class. Ooh, what a good grind. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's always up to the critics to say, she should have done that and she would have got it. But sometimes it's not up to the critics. Sometimes it's like, man, that lifter gave it their all and just did not do good enough. And that's a sad thing to say. Sometimes your in a position where you can grind and grind and grind, but you cannot transfer force very well because your hips are so far back from you, or I don't know, you're just all over the place. So you can't actually push straight down. You're just pushing and pushing, but your hips are too far back, so it's just inefficient. Which goes back to my earlier point about being the most technically savvy lifter in the room rather than the strongest lifter in the room. Katie's having a pretty good day today. Fast lifter. Let's see if she hit depth. I'm pretty sure she did. I don't think she's been having any problems. What a good lift. Yeah, when you go for 3 for 3 on, say, squat, bench, or deadlift, and their opener or all their jumps are kind of uniform, like they hit 2 10-key jumps or 2 15-key jumps, and it's all green across the board, that's ideal. That's how you know training went according to plan. That's how you know warm-ups went according to plan. That's how you know that lifter executed on the platform. If you see something like they missed their opener, repeated it, and then got their second and third, you know, yeah, they're in the meet, but they didn't get their third because they missed their opener. Or if you see something like a 15-key jump and then a 2.5-key jump, something crazy like that, you just know Sabrina getting her third attempt of the day. 402 pounds. She's the first lifter to break 400 this flight. That's really cool to see. See how she does. Looks a little high, looks a little slow at the hole. Good job on the spotters. Man, these guys are pros. I like watching them work. I was saying earlier, if you see jumps that look like something like a 15-kilo jump and then a 2.5-kilo jump going into their third, you know they blew their load on their second attempt. That third attempt, ideally, like I was saying, should have been another 12 keys, but since it's only 2.5 keys, that means, I don't know, they're too tired, they're too dehydrated, they're too hungry to actually push that third attempt, which again is all stuff you control, is all stuff you can control. It's all stuff within your control. So we're starting off with Karen Sanzo, the first lifter of the second flight of this second session. Very simple walkout, very easy stuff. This lifter looks experienced. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, it's her first, like, this is like her, like, nth meet or something. Okay. Shows what I know, right? Obviously, there's rookie mistakes that happen to everyone. You don't have to be a rookie to make a rookie mistake. Me included. I don't know why she didn't get that lift. 2 out of 3 red lights notifies me she doesn't, though. On a Brooke Carline. Yeah, very quick high bar lift from Brooke. Let's see if her hips stay under her for that heavy third attempt. I found that's what usually goes out first for high bar lifters, is their hips get out from under them once they get out of the hole and their back starts rounding. You see, if you know how John Hack squats, he does have a high bar quad dominant stance just like she does, and his back does round whenever he's squatting heavy, but he does keep it on his back, and he does keep it moving upwards. So just because something looks funky doesn't mean it doesn't work. But if it looks funky for a beginner, maybe learn the basics and then break the rules yourself. Good wide squat from Addison. It hurts my hips looking at it, but I'm happy for her, you know. This flight is a mix of masters, teen, junior, and open lifters. So we have like 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 forecasted first places in this flight. So we're seeing, this is kind of the champions flight, but a good amount of those lifters are the only one in their age division and or weight class / age division. So if you're looking to do your first meet and want to win and want to take the easy way to do that, go into an age division and weight class where there's no one else competing. That is a foolproof way to get some gold. 2 red lights, side judges. Could have called any number of things, but the type of day it's been, it seems to be depth. There is a color coordination system with the red lights, which you cannot see. I don't believe you can see on the live screen. But there are red, yellow, and blue red lights, and then there's only white lights for a successful lift. Quick opener for Jacqueline. I'm gonna assume 3 white lights, yep. Nice, good job, good stuff. Gets my, I hope that someone gets my message in the bottle. Stephanie Miller walking up to the platform for her first lift of the day. I always find myself wondering what people's rituals are before, like, the day, because the pre-squat ritual for, like, the first opener of the day for me is different than, say, the third squat or the third deadlift. Good lift for Stephanie Miller. Only missed it on the head judge. I'm always curious about people's pre-squat rituals, not just necessarily squat, but just pre-intensity rituals. Analisa Villanueva, first attempt of the day, just short of 315 pounds, 308 pounds. Very fast. Looks a little high. One of them, man. Cara Lagunas, formerly Garcia. This is one of my best friends in all the entire world, so I'm excited to be here just watching her today. She got locked out of her car like twice in the last 24 hours. She does have her spare key, so she is self-aware, which is good. 140 should move very fast. I trust Cara with all of my heart to get this lift. Even with the stretch she's had of the day, of the past couple of days, man, we're from San Antonio. She was supposed to leave like yesterday at a decent time, but she got locked out of her car and then got here like, I think like 4 hours later than she wanted to. I'm happy she didn't have to work this morning session and then have to compete after, because man, that'd be rough. Addison Segabarth, first attempt of the day, 347 pounds. Very quick squat, hell yeah. Sanso, first lifter of the second flight, going back to the top of the round. Good, easy, simple walkout. Looks like she squatted a little bit lower. Looks like her coach knew what he was doing when he gave her that advice. That's so rough. Second squat for Brooke Carnline. I believe her first moved pretty easy, but it's moving a little. Oh, I remember I was talking about John Hack on her opening attempt. Yeah, it looks like her I don't know if it's her brace or her back, but it looks like something is kind of loosening up under that intensity in the hole when she stops descending and starts ascending. That big switch up in velocity and acceleration usually shows some weaknesses in your patterns, whether that be squat, bench, or deadlift. Deadlift's a little different because there is no real descent. It's just all ascent and setup. Diana Perez hoping to solidify her opening attempt on her second round. She has no hope of completing 3 successful squats today. Hopefully she doesn't have any competition that's like right on her tail or anything. That was another two red lights for Diana. If you're following along with Lifting Cast at the moment and you see a forecasted total that says 0, do not be alarmed. That just means they do not have a successful attempt in the Lifting Cast just yet. Addison Davis, very wide squatter. Pretty easy lift. She didn't get like 2 red. She's got 1 more to kind of see how much she can do. Bars loaded. Jackie Bejarano. Another 315-pound squatter. It's always cool to see that. For guys, it's a little different because some D-bag's going to be like, oh, I hit 315 in 8th grade. But, hey, man, this is a men's and women's sport. It's tantamount that you celebrate both people's success, you know? 2 white lights. Good job, man. I always think it's crazy when there's drama in the powerlifting community because although we are different people with different values, we all value powerlifting to some degree. And to say, oh, this person's doing too much or not doing enough for the sport, hey, man, look in the speck in your eye before you start. Look at the log in your own eye before you start talking about the speck in my eye. You know what I mean? I'll get up in arms about this stuff, man. Good vibes all around. Everybody love everybody. ELE. Second attempt here for Stephanie Miller. Looks a little difficult out of the hole. She gets a little too far behind herself and cannot get out of the position. Let's see what she does for her third. I'm gonna say she's a brave girl if she goes for that third. Yeah, it looks like they're going same thing. Okay, so here, this is pretty cool. We have a failed opener at 140 kilos and a jump of 7 kilos to her second attempt. She is a 20 to 23-year-old 82-kilo lifter, so let's see how she does. I believe it was depth that first time around. Definitely hit it this time. Got the rack command. Yep, 3 white lights. So that's when the gambit pays off, man. When you know and are confident that you can get a second attempt weight, you go for it. If you made that rookie mistake, you chalk it up to a rookie mistake. That takes some cognizance on the coach's part, or the lifter's part if they're calling their own numbers, to kind of make that distinction like, okay, here we play it safe, or no, here we push and be aggressive. Kara Lagunas, my favorite lifter of the flight/session. Easy walkout for Kara. Making a nasty face. Let's see some power. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I'm taking notes. Yeah, that's what's up, okay. Second lift for Addison Sagabarth. 10 key jump for her. This is the heaviest lifter of the flight. Pretty easy lift, hell yeah. Definitely some room to jump for that third attempt. I don't know if she's gonna take another 10 key jump. It definitely seems to be there. She's all smiles coming off the platform, so it's good to see she's enjoying herself. Back up to the third attempt. Back up to the top of the round for the third attempt. So with Karen Sanzo, she missed her first attempt on depth, I believe. She secured her opening attempt on her second attempt, and now she has jumped 15 kilos, 33 pounds. At a lighter body weight, 15 kilos is kind of a big percentage. So let's see how it goes. Who knows? Maybe she's really used to like 20 kilo jumps. Doesn't seem to be affecting her at all. Maybe she is used to 20 kilo jumps. 2 red lights for Karen. Red lights are depth. Yes, red lights are for depth. Blue lights are for any upward or up and down movement of the bar. You want a continuous upward path of the bar. So if they dip down at the last second and then lock it out, boom, bad lift, all blue lights. And then yellow is for everything else. So if they just fail a lift, if they rack before the rack command, if they squat before the squat command, yellow is a catch-all. Let's see if her hips stay under her. Kind of just ran out of talent there. Maybe some more quad extensions, maybe some more bracing exercises, weighted planks, who knows? A lot of times you just got to train the entire organism and then see what's wrong. Deanna Bettis with her third lift, last squat of the day. That was her third lift of the day, missed her first 2. Let's see if she stays in the meet, and she does. Man, it's always good to see a lifter save themselves by the skin of their teeth. Sounds like they're pretty hyped up in the back there. Me, I prefer to execute from the get-go, from the opener. A blue light for squat is not upward downward movement. Yellow would be upward downward movement for squat. Blue, I've just been told, is a soft lockout in the knees. That was a bad lift for Stephanie Miller. I'm just kidding. It is up and down movement. Whatever. Bad lift for Stephanie Miller. Looks like she just missed it on those side judges. I believe I saw red lights, which would be indicative of depth. We've had a decent amount of depth calls, both this morning and this session. What's funny is they're completely different side refs, so maybe it's just the people that are coming to these meets don't know how to squat to depth. Last lift for Stephanie Miller. She just missed this weight for her second attempt. She squatted that high. It doesn't matter if she gets this. Yeah, so you should see yellow and red lights. Yeah, so one judge got a yellow and a red light, one for depth, yellow for being, sometimes a judge will just say yellow because they didn't get it and they don't have to think hard to see like, oh yeah, she also didn't hit depth. It's just yellow, she didn't get it. Take it easy. Jackie Bejarano for her third attempt squat. She's had perfect days so far. All 6 white lights so far. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, no deal. That's going to be all reds. All right, right on. Didn't hit depth. That's what's up. I always find it so interesting when, like, a lifter doesn't get a lift or even say bombs out, God forbid, and their coach is like, all right, it's okay. This is what we got to do. This is what we got to do. As someone who has bombed out at, like, the most important meet of their life, it's kind of the worst feeling in the world. And the only thing you can do about it is get through it. And if you get through it with the itch to get better, that's how you know you're a good powerlifter. If you get through it and then say, this is not for me, well, you're a loser because, you know, losers quit and quitters lose. Annalisa Villanueva hitting her third attempt for the day, 7-kilo jump from her second attempt. Let's see how that goes. I thought it looked high. Let's see if I'm right. Oh boy, I am like 0 for 1. 1 for 0. Yeah, bombing out is tough, man. My fiance just bombed out this morning, and she took it to the chin like a champ. She finished the meet. She didn't whine. She didn't complain. If anything, she was like, that's just my pride getting at me. It's time for some humility. Man, she's cool. Anyways, Cara Lagunas, formerly Garcia, coming up for her third attempt for the day. I'm gonna cheer for her, so give me 1 second. Good lift for Cara Lagunas. That looked easy. No, it didn't look easy, but it looked depth, and that's all I care about. Yeah, so if you saw her attempts, it was 150, 160, 170. That goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you see a lifter and they make uniform jumps and they don't miss any attempts, that's how you know that lifter's been doing it for quite a while. Or their coach has been doing it for quite a while. There's a plan and it got stuck to. Last lifter of the flight, Addison Segabarth. Squatting almost 400 pounds at 20 to 23 years old. That's pretty chill. That's pretty cool. This is over 2 times body weight, about 30 pounds over 2 times body weight. So let's see some magic. Easy walkout, very fast, staring the head judge straight in the eyes. Some dang intensity from this girl. Oh, man. She popped out very, very fast. But again, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the position of your hips in relation to the bar. If your hips are like a foot behind the bar rather than right under the bar, you're not going to push that bar up, you're going to push it forward. And if you're pushing that bar forward or trying to leverage that bar upwards with your back, you're screwed, you lost the game already. Save your energy for the next lift. Shapeen Shea going with the all pink. I really like this girl's outfit. She looks like a piece of bubble gum. Even her hair clips. Okay. So that's the deal with squatting aggressively and squatting fast. Sometimes you're gonna lose it. I know for a fact she could have squatted that easily, like a warm-up, if she just slowed it down. Some people's squatting styles are just like that. They're very fast. The thing you got to keep with fast. The thing you got to keep in mind with fast is control. You can't do both at the same time unless you are controlling the speed. Unless you have that controlled aggression on your side, if all you've got is aggression, man, just go home. You got to follow the rules. You got to squat well. If you're all gas and no brakes, what do you think that's going to do for you? You know? I'm being a jerk. Miranda Martinez opening up 130 kilos, 286 pounds. Pretty easy lift. These openers that you see, these first attempt lifts that you see, they're supposed to be easy. At least that's how it works. At least that's how it's supposed to work. It would be cool to see someone like do their third attempt and just try it 3 times. That's kind of an inside joke for powerlifters. Like, hey, you can always, catch your wrist wraps off the platform. It's always cool to. It'd be cool to see someone do that. I saw a guy at Collegiate Nationals this last year do a barbell curl for his deadlift. That was pretty fun. That's a way to introduce some chaos to the established order. quick opener for Soam. Those quick, fast, aggressive lifters, I feel like as long as they keep it 100 with their technique and they get through the lift, the thing that kills them the most often, besides losing technique, is like judging calls. So like the squat and the rack command, or the press and the rack command, or the down command. If you're just gunning it and aggressive, you're not gonna wait for the little guy in front of you to tell you, okay, you have permission to do this now. You're just gonna freaking go, man. And if you don't care about, scores and all that, more power to you. Come here, do a 0 for 9 meet and just hit all PRs. That'd be cool. Little Danielle tribal markings. That's what's up. Maybe that does work. Maybe I'll try that, because she's got that really easy. Oh yeah, Liliana bumping up her spotters and loaders, who she does know. Liliana, representing Texas Strength Systems out of San Antonio, Texas. She's a cool chick, man. She's strong. I was excited to see her. I'm also from San Antonio, Texas Strength Systems. So is Kara. So is my fiance Annabelle. We've got a good amount of TSS San Antonio people representing here in DFW Airport, the Regency Hyatt. Let's see it, Lil. Replace the bar, could be any number of things. For her, it seems to be she needed to lock out her knees. The side judges give a visual cue to the head judge in order for him to be able to give the squat command. If for some reason the side judges don't give it, say their knees are soft, or something's wrong with their equipment, like their knee sleeves are folded over, they don't have their singlet on, they're gonna say, the head judge is gonna say, replace the bar. And you have to replace the bar, receive whatever advice the head judge has to give you, or whatever fix he's telling you to fix, and then get back under the bar and get the next squat command within 60 seconds. So ideally, you do not want to have to replace the bar, and if you do have to, do it with enough time to get back under the bar and pull it back out and get that squat command, or else, you don't get the lift. Madison Moore coming out for her first attempt in the 100-kilo weight class, squatting 352 pounds. I wonder if it's going to take her 1 or 2 attempts to get to 400. I'm going to say 2. Good squat, quad dominant squat. You see a lot of that. You see a lot of everything, but quad dominant squats, which would be, more so like a high bar squat. Not every squat is dependent on if you're quad dominant or hamstring dominant. It's mostly having to do with like the length of your legs, along with if you have that bar in a low bar or a high bar position. High bar position usually meaning a little more quad emphasis. Low bar usually meaning a little more posterior chain emphasis. Hamstrings, glutes, calves, back, posterior. Kylie Maddox with her first attempt of the day. I think it's going to move very fast. Somewhat fast. Okay, that's what's up. But it was a good lift. It was not a good lift, I'm sorry. That's going to be a 2 out of 3 red light situation. It seems to be depth. I see red lights up there. I will totally admit the color system throws me off some. It's either white or red is how I learned it, but now it's always been like this. But when I became a state judge, I had to learn what red, yellow, and blue meant for the red light system. And I'll be honest, I never even learned it well enough to teach others. I never committed it to memory, so I'm always asking nowadays, hey man, what's red mean? What's blue mean? What's yellow mean? It's all in the USAPL guidelines and rule book, but that thing reads like Toyota instructions, so I'm not going to refer anyone to that rule book. Guadalupe Garcia, that's my mom's real name, but she doesn't like that name. She goes by Lupita. Replace the bar from the head judge. Wonder what it could be. Maybe soft knees. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. She has 5 seconds to walk it out. And he's just saying replace the bar. You're not going to get it timed. I'm not sure why she had to replace the bar at the get-go. It looks like head judge is talking to the grand jury to kind of smooth that out. Looks like Lupita is retaking her opener for her second attempt. I just heard her coach call her Lupita, so that's how I know. But that's also what my mom goes by. Sometimes I call her Guadalupe just to make her angry. Shaniqua Harris Carter walking out her first attempt of the day, 165 kilos, 364 pounds. For you pounds lifters, that's 3 plates and a 25. Very fast squatter. Went into depth, got out no trouble. Looks to be 3 out of 3 red lights. All of the color red, which would indicate depth. Lots of high squatters today. Again, I wonder if that just makes me wonder, man, are people tight from the drive over? Does it have something to do with the vibes in the room? You know, who knows? Gabriella Dempsey, 198-pound lifter, opening up with 391. That's really impressive. The screen is incorrect. That's still Shaniqua, but it is a different lifter at this point. All right, right on. Kind of I don't know, man. Again, you can never judge a lifter based off of their speed, because who's to say if they always squat like that or don't squat like that? That lift looked, I'll say, pretty slow for an opener, but I won't put that negative juju on her just yet. But I hope that went according to plan for her. Chapin, my favorite bubblegum lifter, coming out for her second attempt. If you do remember, she missed her opener because she went down way too fast and lost her balance. So let's see what her coach told her. I assume slow it down, right? She took a small jump. Given how easy it was, I probably would have made that same call. Take it slow, take it slow. So Chapin is such an aggressive and explosive lifter. I don't know if you even caught it on that last lift, but she almost lost balance at the top. That pop, that click at the top where she locks out her knees. She does it so fast that the bar actually whips up a little bit on her shoulders. So if she was a little less focused or a little weaker, she probably would have lost that at the top. That's what you see when people like fall backwards with the bar and they kind of just get bent backwards. It's not because the bar is so heavy, it's because it got light and then it got heavy fast. Miranda Martinez, second lift of the day, breaking 300 pounds at 198. That's for sure depth. Yeah, that should be 3 for 3 right there. 3 for 3 white lights, I mean. Good job. Sohm walking out getting under her second lift of the day, her second attempt squat of the day, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Very nice, very cool. If anyone's got any notes on my commentating abilities, feel free to DM me. But you have to follow me first at Obiesaurus, O-B-I-E, Asaurus, A-S-A-U-R-U-S. bars loaded. Danielle Short, 15 kilo jump. It's a 33-pound jump. I think I think I have myself doing 15 kilo jumps for squat as well. So if that, I'm a 100 kilo male lifter. So if that gives you any perspective, this is Danielle Short taking the jumps I plan to take on Sunday at the same body weight, but she's a female. Fast lift. Got the squat and rack command within reason. Seemed to be squatting a little high. I didn't catch that, but I'm just basing it off of the colors I see now. Bars loaded for Guadalupe Garcia. This is the lifter that had that weird replace the bar command, and I did not know why she got it. So hopefully she fixes whatever that was, or maybe the head judge no longer has a grudge. So we'll see what happens, you know. I'm just excited to be here. All right, right on, right on. Got the lift pretty easily. Three white lights, pardon. I wonder what she had planned for her third, because man, she kind of got screwed for her first attempt. Man, I hope she can pick up that slack, really. I'm competing on Sunday morning. I'm pretty excited. I competed a couple of months ago. I'm planning on like PR. I don't know about PRs. God, man, when you make plans for a powerlifting meet, God laughs, because plans really that's life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. So we'll see how I do, but I am excited to lift. First off, Shaniqua Harris Carter replacing the bar, man. A lot. That's 3 replace the bars. It's looking to be soft knees. Lock out your knees in order to get the commands. She's wearing some stiff Inzer knee sleeves. The thing about those sleeves is they're shaped funny, and they make you look like you have soft knees. I can see the lifter's eyes. She's staring straight at the judge, emphasizing the lockout of the knee. Let's see if she hit depth this time. That's going to be 3 red lights, all on depth. Walking off a little angry. What do you do about that except bury the next one, you know? Shake it off. You could always quit, I guess. Could always stop lifting. Lily Ontiveros. Lifting at TSS San Antonio. Got her first one pretty easily. Made a 10-key jump. Let's see how this one moves. I got utter faith. The utmost faith. Let's go, Lily. Right on, right on. She's got some pretty large quads, so that might, yeah, definitely will help her in the depth game. If you, so what the judges are looking for depth, the amount of depth calls we saw, I may as well explain it. The hip crease, when you do a deep-seated knee bend, that hip crease needs to be below the top of the knee. So the thing I was saying about big quads earlier, if you got real large quads that go up some and make a bulge, that kind of optical illusion is going to work in your favor when squatting high or slightly higher parallel. I don't think it really factors into a lot of judges' decision making, but it's something I'd rather have on my side rather than not. Madison Moore getting her second attempt, 374 pounds. Freaking easy lift. Cool to see that, man. That's actually 2 red lights, both on depth again. Lots of depth problems. I'm gonna make sure to stretch my hips out extra hard tomorrow for my meet. Again, my meet, I'm so excited. I competed a couple of months ago. I squatted 250 kilos, 551 pounds. I had to think about it for a second. I'm planning on squatting about 10 kilos more, which would be like 562. I'm sorry, 572. Kylie Maddox going up for her second attempt of the day. So she missed her first attempt and decided to jump 12 kilos for this second attempt. So that makes me assume it was a rookie mistake that took her first attempt away from her. If it was depth, there's been a lot of depth calls today, so I would say just be extra confident you can hit depth and get back up. Good lift. Let's see what the judges say. Yep, that's another no lift. She's there asking the judges what she can do better, if anything. Oh yeah, I hit 550 last squat. I'm hoping, if everything goes according to plan, and there's that word again, plan, 10 kilos on the squat. I benched 165, 364. Hoping to bench, I'd be happy with 170, which would still be an all-time PR. Gabrielle Dempsey, hoping to execute her second lift of the day, her second attempt. Only took a 5 kilo jump, but that's kind of on the low end. It's less than a 5% jump. Looks pretty easy. I'm gonna assume something went right this lift or something went wrong last lift. Given how easy it was, she still did not get the lift. Lots of red lights today. Yeah, I benched 165 last meet, which is 363, hoping to bench 170 this meet, which would be 374. That would be so happy. That'd be an all-time PR. Both that squat and deadlift. No, not the squat, but the bench would be an all-time PR. Shapeen Shea looking to add 12 keys to her forecasted total with this next third attempt. This is going to be the hardest lift, technically the hardest squat of the day for her, so let's see how she does. She does squat it fast. So one thing I want to note on her first two lifts, kind of bit her in the backside because she was squatting so fast. But with such heavy weight on the bar, she actually was able to make that look smooth up until she locked it out. And that makes me think, like, maybe she was opening way too light. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about and you should maybe just, like, be quiet too, Miranda Martinez, 308 pounds at 90 kilos, which is 198 pounds. Fun fact, I used to compete in the 90 kilo weight class before moving up to the hundreds. I was competing in the 198 since freshman year of high school, which makes me a 198 for like 8 years now. Yeah, been a 90 kilo lifter for about 8 years. I was 205 for a bit, but that's I don't want to talk about that. But now I'm 100. Oh man, deadlift! I can tell you all about my deadlift. So last meet, my deadlift third was the only lift I missed. I went 8 for 9 on my last meet, missed my third, which was 606 pounds, 275 kilos. If you know anything about powerlifting, you know that's the club you want to be in, is the 275 club. That's 5 reds on the bar. That's like being in the 500 squat club or the 495 squat club and having 5 plates on the bar. So I've been like wanting a deadlift over 600 raw for as long as I've been a power lifter. And this meet is the meet where I have to, put up or shut up. Last meet I got my 255 kilo deadlift for my second attempt. Danielle Shirk coming with her third attempt. She did make a small jump for this next lift, which is interesting because I know she missed it on her second on her depth. Hey man, it's not stupid if it works. Yeah, last meet I went 2 for 3. The heaviest I got was 255 kilos, which is 563, and then I made the jump to 275, 606, and man, I had it so close. I had it to my knees, and then my right leg locked out before my left one, so I started helicoptering. And once you start helicoptering a deadlift, which means like where you start swinging it wild to like one side, you're not going to get it. I stuck with it for a bit just because I wanted to give it a good, honest college try, and then I just dropped it. So this is the meet where I hope to go at least 3 for 3 on deadlift, hopefully 9 for 9 on the day, and hit some all-time PRs. This is Soam
with her last squat of the day, you see that pretty all three. That was a bad lift. I was going to say you see all those pretty uniform jumps along with 3 green lights. That's what you're looking for, but she did not get that last lift. What a shame, man. What a shame. I've been coaching myself for a couple of meets now. There was no falling out with any previous coaches or anything like that. I just felt like I had learned to the point where I wanted to execute or fail by myself. I've always been a kind of an independent person in that way, or at least I found I operate better with some independence towards my training. Shaniqua Harris Carter getting her 3rd and hopefully successful attempt of the day. If she does not get this, she will bomb out. Good lift, Shaniqua. Man, what an assassin, man. She comes out, every reason to fail the lift, every reason to start freaking out, every reason to lose, every reason to mentally lose the day, and she comes out and gets her 3rd. There's nothing more respectable. I guess the only thing more respectable is getting your lifts, all 3 of them, without having to freak out. But if you see a lifter on the verge of something like that and pull it back from the depths of hell like that, you know they had to dig pretty deep, and that's demands your respect rather whether or not it's a heavy lift or not. If they can defeat the inner demon, man, you got my respect. Guadalupe Garcia with the last squat of the day. Slight grind, slight sticking point, but the bar never fell downwards, never moved downwards. So that's going to be 3 white lights for her. That's going to be a pretty good day for her. Man, it'd be pretty cool if you could see these lifters' PRs for, say, squat or whatever lift they're doing. You on the screen behind them, you can see their body weight and their weight selection, but I guess there's no reason to do it other than, it'd be pretty cool, but the logistics behind it seems so freaking, too much. But it would be cool to know what these lifters' PRs are, so you can be on the same page with them, because if they're intense and you don't know why, it's probably because they're about to beat an old personal record. Good lift from Madison. She took a small jump after not getting her 2nd attempt. That's a vote of confidence in herself right there, or a vote of confidence from her coach to her right there. Bars loaded, Kylie Maddox. Slow, simple, soft walkout for Kylie. She's in the same boat as Shaniqua. She has to get her 3rd or a DNF the meet, basically, and post a 0 total. Squat looks to depth. She got the rack command. She listened to commands. And that's 3 red lights. Unless I'm mistaken, which is entirely possible, like I said before, I don't know my lights very well. That's all depth lights. And it is legal for the head judge to call depth. You would think it kind of counterintuitive given that he's in front and not at the side, but given current USAPL guidelines and rule books, the head judge can call a red light for specifically depth. It's just got to be egregious. Maybe I'm not paying attention, but I didn't think that was very egregious. Lily from San Antonio, Ontiveros, with 180 kilos, another uniform 10 key jump. It's good to see that. Set the brace. Eye of the tiger. No, not eye of the tiger, eye of the kitten. It was a good try. There's really nothing you can say when a lifter misses a good solid grind like that, except, hey man, you got 6 more lifts for the day, so don't get too hung up on that one. Gabrielle Dempsey hoping to repeat her 2nd attempt, which she didn't get based off of some technical failure, I believe. I don't think she yellow lighted, which means she like just did not finish the lift. So we're hoping to see a success here, unless you're betting against her, which is, I don't know, you do you. Right on, another successful lift. Let's see if it's, you know, up to snuff, up to standards, and it is. So she fixed whatever happened on her second attempt and was able to put that one in the bag. All right, bars loaded. Rona van Rensburg. We're starting off first round of second flights bench of the first session in Dallas Fort Worth Airport Regency Hyatt. Starting off with what's hopefully a very easy lift, 55 kilos, 121. Justice Hamame opening up 60 kilos, 126. Oh, I'm sorry, 132 for the day. We have the wrong lifter on the TV for right now. We do have 2 out of 3 white lights for her. Ileana Rosas next up, opening up 62 kilos, 136. 137.7 pounds for Ileana. My approximate calculations are all done mentally, so if I'm like a 1, 2, couple pounds off, man, give me grace, give me patience. Small bench blocks for Ileana today. People use those to have a better connection with the floor. Say if they can't reach the floor off the 36-inch high bench. 24-inch high bench. Good lift for Ileana. Get those boxes out of the way. Let's get on to the next lifter, Stephanie Gallegos, 65 kilos. Huge shout out to all of our sponsors, obviously, but huge shout out to Stellar Shots for setting up our media, setting up our live stream, setting up a lot of the software for this meet. All of the hardware you see, man, that's just grunts doing work. Mostly these spotting and loading guys. Very talented dudes, very freaking hard workers. That's where I got my start spotting and loading, and I can tell you firsthand, you know, how blue collar it is. You're working with your hands all day. You're doing math all day. You have to be focused all day. They're here for the safety of the lifters and, the speed of the meet. So if you've ever been to a powerlifting meet and found yourself or found others complaining that the meet's taking forever, or the software or the computers are down or whatever, these vendors you see here, TSS Spotting and Loading and Stellar Shots, they're the best in the business. So I've always been pretty spoiled in that all the meets I've been to under TSS have ran very smoothly. If you're in Texas, even not in Texas, we're international at this point, brother. But if you're in Texas and are looking to do a powerlifting meet, man, start with Texas Strength Systems. You're going to kind of set your expectations high, but you're also going to set yourself to a quality. You're not going to want to go to bad meets after that. TSS, good meet director. Wes Sunker, good guy. Got Valeria Gonzalez on the bench hitting her opener for the day. Easy lift. I'm not expecting a whole bunch of, well, who's to say, right? But I'm not expecting a whole bunch of red lights this bench cycle, only because no one's having to hit dead. So if they're gonna miss it, they're gonna miss it. They're not gonna miss it because they didn't go too low or didn't pause long enough, because the head judge calls the press command. For bench, the only 2 commands are press, or start, press, and rack. So 3 commands, I'm sorry. So it is a little more, focus related. You're gonna have to listen to what you're saying. But just really because there's one more command doesn't really make it any bigger of a deal. Good lift. Not much commentating to do on this opening round of attempts besides good lift. Again, like I said, openers are supposed to be easy. They're supposed to be the easiest lift of the day. So I guess in other words, kind of the most boring lift of the day. If you really, really wanted to find yourself focused on openers and kind of like the beginning of a meet, you would have to maybe look into team sports, like a collegiate Nats setup or equipped Nats setup, where you have a team, vying for a team place. That's the only way to kind of, that's the only way I found myself interested this early in a meet. This early in a session, I'd say, in a flight. No liftoff for Rachel Barnes. I never really got the no liftoff thing. I mean, I got it for a bit, and then I never really got it after. Because, if you're lifting it off by yourself, yeah, there's an argument to be made, like, oh, I don't want any external source of variation to mess with me. I've always lifted myself off, yada yada yada. Let's see how she does. Yeah, good lift. Like I said, openers. I never really did the no liftoff thing. I always got liftoffs, and I just kind of always trained myself to receive the best liftoffs, the worst liftoffs, any liftoff in between. You kind of got to get used to that if you want to be able to execute on any given day. I think I kind of pulled that cue/advice from my equipped lifting days, where I really, really could not, over-focus on the consistency of my training, because who's to say what the day of the meet is going to look like? What if the liftoff guy is just not strong enough? What if he's too strong? So I've always practiced and played like that in terms of getting a random liftoff if possible. I don't know who's doing liftoffs for my session. I kind of know all of these guys that are doing it, but I like I said, man, I really don't care who's giving me a liftoff. I'm just gonna do my thing. Got Chelsea Fisher on the bench for her opener. Oh, I'm sorry, Daniela Sierra on the bench for her opener, 85 kilos, 187 pounds. I'd be surprised to see any 2 times body weight benches from this, really from this whole session. You see a lot more of that in lighter lifters and I'll say stronger lifters like males. A 2 times body weight bench, man, that's few and far between. Especially at these weight classes, you'd more than likely see that at a lighter weight class, regardless of gender. But then you're just gonna see it a little more in the male gender, statistically speaking. Sabrina coming up for her first attempt of the day. She's our only guest lifter, so that could mean any number of things, but it for sure does mean that she still gets to stay and play. She gets to get her money's worth and have a meet under her belt, because this is an experience, I still remember my first meet to this day. It was a bench and deadlift only meet it was like a tiny Meeker invitational or something under Wabdul, which for you, if you're new to the sport or just kind of don't know what I'm talking about, that's kind of like an old head federation that's only bench and deadlift. Why they have only bench and deadlift meets. It's for, old heads who blew out their knee squatting, or for obviously lifters who just never had the ability to squat, given, I don't know, some sort of defect, or something like, they have chronic stress in their lower back and they can't squat. They can only bench and deadlift. Man, I'm really trying to get off the judging train, or at least sound a little more appropriate, because who am I to judge, I got my start same as everyone else as a beginner. So if you're a beginner kind of feeling hesitant or nervous about heading out to a powerlifting meet to watch a friend because you're afraid of all the muscle jerks in the room, just know all of those muscle jerks started from a place probably lower than where you are now. And most of those muscle jerks, I won't say most. There's a mix. There's a mix of good and bad. And whenever you're dealing with ego, just, be careful, man. But if you are looking to do your first powerlifting meet, or looking into getting under a bar, getting training, I'm obviously biased. I've given my life to this sport, and it's done nothing. It's brought nothing back but life. So if you're looking to if you're looking to do something cool, man, powerlifting is the place to do it. Texas Strengths is a place to do it. That's gonna be a good lift from Rona for her second bench of the day. Pretty easy. Excited to see what she does for her third. Katie coming out for her second bench of the day. Easy press, easy rack. You'll see people bench a little wider. You'll see people bench a little more narrow. That's going to be a preference thing. There is rules based on how wide or narrow you can go. A more narrow bench is going to lead to a lot longer range of motion, the trade-off being a little more power off the chest. So the majority of that lift is going to be the lockout with a narrow grip. With the majority of that grip is going to be the lockout portion of the lift, which is mostly all triceps. For mid grip to wide grip, it's going to be a lot more positioning focused and. I won't say positioning focus, because you still have to focus on the position with a narrow, like a close grip bench. But for these wide grip benches, you're going to see a lot more emphasis on bracing and shoulder position. At least I've found with wide benches, that's the majority of coaches' cues, is stuff having to do with the setup and the execution of the lift, which I guess is no different from close grip now that I say it out loud. Wide grip shortens the range of motion, trade-off being less power off the chest, which is exact opposite of narrow grip. Stephanie making a 2.5 key jump to her second attempt. I wonder if she made that jump on purpose or if she forgot to input her second attempt. Anytime you complete a lift but do not get your next attempt into the table within 60 seconds, the table will automatically jump you 2.5 kilos. And it does kind of seem like she did that on purpose rather than forgot to input her attempt selection. And now she's here at the table doing her thirds. I wonder if she's going to take another 2.5 key jump. I don't really see the use of 2.5 key jumps. But again, I am not a 75 kilo lady. I am a 100 kilo man. The reason I say that is, being heavier, being a male, the percentage jumps you take are going to be higher, 10 to 15 or whatever kilo jumps. Good lift from Ileana. Good fast start press and rack commands from the head judge. I'm excited to see this meet move a little faster now that we're over with squat. Squat being kind of the majority of most meets, just given how slow the lift is, how slow the setup is. The judges and loaders are fast all day long, every day. So it's good to see bench moving quick and deadlift moving even quicker, because that just means, you know, you get out of here, you get home, and you get to sleep a little sooner, right? So that's nice. Valeria taking out her second attempt, another 2.5 kilo jump. She looks a little lopsided. We'll see if that factors into the side judge's command. Yeah, we do get to replace the bar. We'll see what it is. Yeah, she's got a good amount of time. Oh, no, I thought you said 30 seconds. He said 10 seconds to get that command, so hopefully she gets it very soon. Looks like the side judges are holding her, and timeout. Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, I had to ask around for why she didn't get that last lift, or at least the indication to start the lift. She had soft elbows, so your elbows have to be completely locked out at the beginning of the lift in order to receive the start command from the side judges, in order to receive the start command from the head judge. So when you see the head judge call for a replacement on the bar on bench, it's usually because he did not get the start command from his side judges, which is a visual cue with the hand. And the reason the side judges didn't give it could be any number of things, only really a couple of things, like say equipment malfunction, like their wrist strap fell apart or something like that, or their butt is not on the bench, which it should be, or their heels are not flat on the floor, which they should be, or like in this case, soft elbows. That's like starting the bench halfway down and then expecting for that to be cool, you know? Or at least that's the thought process of the rule book. Christy Doe with her second attempt on bench, seeing some 5 key jumps here. That's a little more than my speed for sure. Solid self lift off from Christy. Her chest looks large and in charge the entire time on that lift. You don't see any like caving of the chest or like mismanagement of the shoulder position. So she had power off the chest. She had definite pressing power. She didn't like press out and then her shoulders come out from under her, or she built tension all the way to her chest and then she took advantage of that tension. That's going to be a lot of the sport, is just building tension at correct moments and, you know, taking advantage of that tension that you created for the lift to be a success. That's a lot of the coaching cues I've found myself giving myself when it comes to my own training. Cueing yourself is weird as a self-coach. Stop. Rachel Barnes. Soft touch, very nice, very quick pause. A soft touch. Well, let's get into a soft touch, yeah. So a soft touch is something where you see the bench barely touch their chest, as opposed to like sinking way down into the chest and letting it sit on you for a bit. A soft touch is something I learned to do in equipped, in a bench shirt, because you are trying to spend the least amount of time on the chest, which is kind of what you're going for with the soft touch. You want to get the quickest press command possible. That being said, there's a trade-off. If you get a quick press command, you have to stay more tense for longer. You have to keep tense while you are paused on the chest. And since you're so soft on the chest, you can't really chill on the bottom. You're just under tension, and now you're going the opposite way under tension. Chelsea Fisher, sadly a bad lift for her. 3 reds, just could not get it past the sticking point. That could be a positioning issue off the chest, but most people will say it's tricep strength. Most people say it's tricep strength, but if you're in the know, everything's got to do with positioning. Someone's messing with the music right now. That's cool and all. I have my headphones on, but I was vibing with what was playing earlier. Daniela Sierra, second attempt of the day, 90 kilos, 198 pounds. So, yeah, she's pressing like my high school body weight for a second attempt. It's pretty easily, and for 2 white lights, too. That's always cool to see, man. Being able to see like a little girl or like a little dude for that matter, just someone you could not expect to move your body weight around, just kind of like play with it, basically. Man, that's humility in a nutshell. Playing some Red Hot Chili Peppers. Anthony Kiedis, the front man for that band, is kind of a freak. He like assaulted a lady on television. Anyways, let me not get into that. Sabrina with her second bench of the day, 231 pounds. If you're a dude and you haven't hit that 2-plate mark just yet, don't be too hard on yourself, obviously. Just keep up with it. But always, if you ever feel yourself, getting proud, just remember Sabrina just hit 230 for like a super fast second attempt. But hey, man, maybe you'll hit 2 plates soon. Precious Andrew, sitting pretty comfortably in first place for the women's Raw Open 75 kilo weight class. 242 pounds on the bar. Definitely some respectable weight. Let's see how it shakes out. Man, that was so quick. Like I said, man, bench is nice to watch because it's just kind of a low intensity, low stress kind of lift. So that's not to say it's any less important. It's just nice to see the lifters kind of doing their thing, the coaches doing their thing. I have never really, let me say, the only meets I've ever bombed out on are bench. So here I am saying, oh man, it's nice to finally have an easy lift to watch. Meanwhile, don't let me deceive you and make you think like, oh, bench is easy. It's not supposed to be easy. If it's easy, you went too light. It's a very technical lift. Maybe that's what I'm getting at. Since it is so technical, and these are some pretty technically proficient lifters, you're not really seeing a lot of ego at play here, or a lot of aggressive or intensity. You're just seeing technique executed, and that's always nice and pretty to see. Someone in the zone that doesn't have to force something. Solid lift from Katie. That's going to be her last bench of the day, and she got 3 white lights on that. I'd be pretty happy if I was her for sure. Rosa Van Rensburg here up for her 3rd attempt. Benching 143 pounds at 154 body weight. Man, she's very close to that body weight bench. That's definitely a benchmark as well. Being able to bench your own body weight is sadly no lift for her. Being able to bench your own body weight is a benchmark that most people find themselves kind of chasing, along with the plates. 1 plate, 2 plate, 3 plate, 4 plate, 5, 6, 7. Onto that. But benching body weight and plates, either single body weight, double body weight, triple body weight, those are benchmarks I've found most powerlifters are kind of looking for. Justice with her last bench gets stapled right off the chest. Sometimes the weight's just a little too heavy. Sometimes you ran out of talent and you just don't get it. It goes back to my earlier thing about how some people will always be like, oh, since you did not get the lift here, it means you have to work this muscle. Or since you did not get the lift here, you have to work this muscle group. That's kind of flawed thinking in that we're not bodybuilders. We are functioning through a pattern, a movement pattern. So it's just the entire body, the entire organism is at work. So to kind of pigeonhole a bad lift into one thing, okay, that's a good way to kind of like pigeonhole yourself into bad habits for the rest of your training career. You always have to start thinking of each lift as an entire body lift. Even bench. People think bench is just like a chest workout. Powerlifters don't really see it that way. Powerlifters don't really see squat, bench, and deadlift as workouts. Oh man, that was a tough grind. She was right there for a little bit, but I could tell her elbows were just traveling towards her ears. Once she got to that sticking point, that's kind of a death sentence. Because once that bar travels over your face, you're now like pressing in a very shoulder-emphasized plane of motion, and you're kind of taking your chest and your back kind of out of the equation, which are like your biggest muscles for bench, I mean. But I was saying earlier, a lot of powerlifters look at squat, bench, and deadlift not so much as workouts. Obviously, you are doing a workout, and they'll call it that. But that's what you compete in. That's what you are supposed to execute in. So if you have a 5-10-year powerlifter who's looking at their squat performance, let's see Ileana's third here. Right on. She hits the sticking point and smashes through it. She's got some pretty strong triceps and positioning. So since powerlifters compete in squat, bench, and deadlift, they don't compete in curls or dumbbell bench or leg press. For me, at least maybe this is the only way I've seen it, and maybe not so much. Maybe I shouldn't be speaking for all powerlifters, but I've always seen squat, bench, and deadlift as the thing you have to focus on and be aware of and be intentional with. You want to make love to your setup, not F it. So when I hear people talking about when I hear people simplifying the squat, bench, and deadlift to, oh, this is what you did wrong, I take it with a grain of salt, because you probably did a lot of things wrong. There's probably a lot of things you could have done before you got even under the bar, before you even drove to the city you're competing in, that you could have focused on. So when people, I don't know, I kind of get up in arms about this, because people are know-it-alls. And when people are know-it-alls, they bring their ego into it. And when they bring their ego into it, it just kind of makes the entire thing a little worse. If powerlifting is your identity and you hate being wrong, maybe take a look at yourself. But SBD, every squat, bench, and deadlift is an entire body movement. If your feet aren't under you where they need to be and you can't really transfer force from the floor to your hips, to your brace, well, you're taking a third of the things you have to your advantage out of the cage, out of the situation, which would be like you have 3 points of stabilization on any lift. It's your feet against the floor, your intra-abdominal pressure against your brace or your belt if you choose to wear one, and third, your upper back against the bar. So if any of those things are lacking, you're just taking yourself out of the lift. And I always tell my athletes, like, those things do not have to be 100%. If your rooting, which is your feet, is 90% correct, if your brace is 90% correct, and your upper back / wherever you're stabilizing the bar is 90% correct, you're gonna get the lift, or at least make a very decent effort to get the lift. Good grind for Ileana. She couldn't get past that sticking point. That's where you're gonna see a lot of lifters fail, is right at that transition from push to press. And what that transition that I'm talking about means is initially you push off your chest and then you start transitioning over to the press, which is more of a tricep dominant, lockout. That's that part of the motion. So off the chest, that's going to be like setup and strength. And then past the chest, once you start locking out those elbows, that's going to be a lot of positioning, and that's going to be a lot of, tricep strength. Back strength is the key indicator for shoulder positioning. Christy Doe, 87 kilos. It's a 192-pound bench for the 154, 20 to 23-year-old lifter. Yeah, man, that sticking point, it gets everyone. It is nice to see these lifts moving a little bit faster. For sure, we're about to finish up. Oh, we're getting started on finishing up this third round of lifts, and then we get to see a couple of my friends lift, so that's pretty exciting. They busted out the house music for the music. So that you see a couple of the spotters kind of having a blast. It's always good to see them smiling. I have a feeling at the end of the weekend they're not going to be smiling. They're going to be very tired and sleepy. Coming from a former spotter and loader, you know. Chelsea with her third attempt, same weight, 193 pounds. She also gets stuck at that sticking point, but she makes it through. But it seems to be a little bit of up-down movement, at least from the angle I'm watching from. Yeah, man, that's all blue lights. That's going to be up and down. But as far as gym numbers are concerned, she got it. She did not commit it to the USAPL database. But hey, man, she's going to go home and tell her friends that she benched 193. Rachel Barnes, same weight. Let's see if it's the same story, you know. Smooth off the chest, gives the shake the head command to the judges, to the spotters, telling them that she cannot get it, to take her and save her. Yeah, I watched a complete non sequitur, but I recently finished and rewatched the King of the Hill remake. It's good, man. I like it. I kind of wish they did something for Joseph Gribble's character and maybe introduced him as the son of John Redcorn. Audrey, with the third attempt of the day, smashes through that sticking point that gave the last three lifters pause. 2 out of 3 white lights just shows, you know, there's always someone stronger. Yeah, I wish they did something with Joseph Gribble and John Redcorn's relationship. There was like half a scene where John Redcorn gets to ride horses with his son in his head, and that was really sweet. But you know, Dale's a good dad. John Redcorn's a bad dad. He didn't show up. It's just a tough situation in an animated show about a guy who sells propane, you know. Daniela Sierra on her third attempt, 95 kilos, gonna break 209, or gonna break 200, lift for 209 today. Yeah, that's a good lift, right on. Let's see if any blue lights. Nope, all 3 white. That's good, man. Blue light being up and down movement. At least I thought I saw it for a second, but I'm not in a great position to see well. Sabrina with her last bench of the day got 242 pounds on the bar. Yep. If you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and want to come watch this meet, we are at the Regency Hyatt at DFW. I compete on a Sunday morning. Lifting starts at 8 o'clock, so if you're not going to church or if you're not doing anything Sunday morning, man, come watch me. Yeah, good lift from Sabrina. I'm impressed, man. Color me impressed. I just wish she hit weight. That way she could actually commit this stuff to her weight class rather than a guest lifter appearance, because she will commit this stuff to the online database, the USAPL standings, but it won't be a true total. It'll be a guest total, so it just won't count for regional, state, or national standings. At least this meet won't, or the total she posts at this meet won't. Precious Andrew, I believe she's still in first place, pretty comfortably too. Speaking of comfortably, man, that's a good third attempt right there. Yeah, that's Precious Andrew that just went. She's still 40 keys ahead. This is Karen Sanzo. She is the first lifter of the second flight. If you remember, my friends are in this flight. Cara Lagunas and Liliana Ontiveros. It's like just Kara's in this flight. Lily's in the next flight.
Bars loaded for javelin.
I wish, you know, everyone says this, but I wish I had the aux. But I wish I had the aux to where only I could hear my music. I wouldn't have to, like, play it for everyone. Headphones. Good lift from Jackie Bejarano. Opening bench of the day, 143 pounds. Pretty easy lift for her. Stephanie Miller, another one of our masters lifters. I believe she's the only one in her age and weight class. So as long as she's healthy and as long as she finishes the meet, that's a gold medalist right there. Another self lift off, very fast, very easy. Right on, a little shaky. A little shaky. I would not say it was the fastest bench I've ever seen, but again, what does that matter when you've never seen them bench before? Maybe she always benches like that, and that was actually like super fast for her. Looks like we got the wrong lifter up on the platform. No, correct lifter. Solid lift off from for Addison here, benching 70, 154. Oh man, easy. Another easy opener from the second flight of very good lifters. Some talented ladies in the building now. Man, you ever notice how like hotel rooms seem to be the most comfortable thing you've ever laid your eyes on, and then once you're actually ready to go, like ready in bed, trying to go to sleep, they're like the most uncomfortable things you've ever been in? It's Addison Segabarth for the next lifter here. Or maybe it's Addison Davis, and I was, yeah, I think Segabarth was last. And this is, yes, Addison Davis, same name. That's where I was confused. Close grip. That's what's up. She needs to kind of maybe raise her rack height, like 1 or 2. Yeah, what's the deal with hotel beds? They're so comfy until they're not. They're comfy until you get warm and hot, and then just start like falling apart in the bed. I think it's just they feel so sterile. There's no love in those sheets. It's just like some lady who made like a little over minimum wage to do that bed for you. Which is cool. Everyone needs a living, but it's not a home, you know? It's a hotel. It's so sad. Imagine people who live in hotels. I couldn't imagine. Diana Perez with her opening attempt, 80 kilos, 176 pounds. This is slightly under body weight for her. Got to replace the bar here. Guess she's getting advice from the head judge. Wide grip. Yeah, man. Such a wide grip, you only got to like go 3-4 inches. If you know anything about Powerlifting America or IPF in general, one of their rules in the last, I think it was in the last year or two or something. I don't really keep up with the news as much as I should, or maybe as much as other people do. But one of the recent rules in a different federation that's as popular as this one is you have to hit depth with your elbows. quotation marks around depth, because what does that even mean? It means your I don't know what the rule book says, but it means your elbows have to be a certain amount down. They have to go a certain distance. So that would be depth. It's still a wide grip, but you'll see like some big old arches, and you'll see some wide grips, and you'll see some very internally rotated wrists, and you'll just kind of come up with a crazy high arch, or like a range of motion bench with like 2 inches or something. Yeah, man, a lot of people think that's cheating. A lot of people think if it's in the rule book, it's not cheating. But the rule book is subject to change, so it's like, it's really about the spirit of the sport, you know? It's a good lift, Annalisa. She was I believe she was the heaviest squatter of last, no, that was Kara, of course. Obviously it was Kara. My friend, Kara Lagunas, getting ready for her first opener of the day. I used to coach Kara many moons ago when she was an equipped lifter. I've known her for a very long time. Nah, not a long time. She's only 21, folks, so I've only known her for so long. Solid. All I can say, man. 3 white lights. I knew she was going to get it. I've seen her bench 1,000 times. I've seen her bench that weight 1,000 times. I wish I could fast forward to her third attempts, because everything before that is just boilerplate, you know? Especially for lifters, you know? Like, it's always cool to watch people you don't know lift, I guess. Or people that you just barely met lift, I guess. But when you're watching people that you know very well, it's usually like the first and second attempts you just do your thing, right? Then it's your third attempts where you kind of start like locking in, figuring out what is necessary, what needs to change, if anything, for that third attempt. If your first and your second flew, you would kind of guesstimate that your third is gonna fly, or at least move. But yeah, man, if you're lifting on the meet, there's been a couple of meets where I've had to handle someone that I've never met before, or I've never seen lift before. So I'm always tentative calling numbers for people in that situation, because I only have my own personal experience to glean off of, and that's just not enough to be a great coach, no matter who you are. Jackie Bejarano, 5-key jump to her second attempt, looking for, solid, successful attempt at 154 pounds, 70 kilos body weight. So that's the first body weight bench of this flight. Yeah, man. Pretty cool to see. Something about the oil they use at hotel buffets and restaurants, man, makes my tummy hurt. Got Stephanie Miller, first out of one place. She's here competing against herself, and really that's the only mentality you should be competing in. Everyone, if you find yourself having trouble, good lift for Stephanie, by the way. If you find yourself having trouble with the competition aspect of the sport, whether that be you are under competitive or over competitive with your fellow athletes, just do your best to check that stuff at the door, because really, as long as you lift for a longer amount of time than them, you win. If they start doing something else with their life and they don't compete again, eventually you win. The thing about this sport is it's not a measure of how much time you've put in thus far. It's a measure of how much time you put in every week. For how long? Let's see how Addison does here, one of our junior lifters. Nice. It's good to see some younger lifters at regionals. Obviously, you see them at collegiate nationals and stuff. But seeing younger lifters at regional and state meets and local meets, that's only good. That can only be good for the sport. and for the businesses surrounding the sport. So this is Addison Davis coming up for her second attempt of the day. She made a 2.5 key jump. Conservative jump, I'd say. Let's see how she does. Nice, good lift. I remember she was the close gripper. I've been lifting for 12 years now. A lot of that time, I'd say about 10 years of that time, my prefrontal cortex was still developing. So ego and pride and over-competitiveness and negative self-talk were all kind of in the mix for my own personal powerlifting journey. So I think I have, some perspective to say, like, yeah, man, you definitely don't want to get too over-competitive, especially if you have, like, problems, Compete against yourself and have fun doing it, is my point. Learn to enjoy the process of getting better over time rather than just being great. That's going to be a bad lift for Deanna Perez, getting stuck right underneath that sticking point. That's going to be a popular place to get stuck out that you'll see today. Watching Brooke Carnline get set up for her second attempt bench here. It's going to be a 187-pound bench from the 182-pound lifter. Fast, solid lift, man. Getting hearing the judge talk to the table, getting a relift for Deanna Perez. I'm not really sure what happened. I assume she didn't get it, obviously, but I don't really know what happened on her last lift, so we'll see. But a relift is a fourth lift at the end of the third round for whatever lifter was granted that relift. But relifts are granted for various reasons. Hold on. Second attempt from Annalise here. Ooh, quick. Let's see if she can get a solid lockout. Uneven lockouts are no longer illegal. However, up-down movement is still illegal. So that's probably what she got called on. Anyways, relifts can be granted for any various reasons, including and mostly for lifters that were kind of screwed out of an attempt. Say the spotters took the weight too early and they were still fighting it and it was still like legal, but the spotters took it. Or like a judge made a mistake and like held them too long until they timed out, or the side judges was just not paying attention. Oh yeah. Big Johnny Graham walking across the screen right now. He's the boss. When we're in Texas, we listen to him, you know. Wes is the guy that owns the stuff, but Johnny's the boss. Oh, there he is talking to Davion. I like when Johnny's on screen, man, because like he's a cool vibe. I like him. God, look at him go, man. He's talking to him like he works for him. That's what I'm saying. Look at that, man. That's awesome, man. See, Johnny Graham has been around for longer than I've probably been alive, I'll say. I remember seeing him around at my first couple of USAPL meets when I was just a young buck, when I was just a homunculus. He's been around, and he's been active, and he's been healthy throughout all of it, man. I'm happy to say. The USAPL should be grateful that they have a real one as real as Johnny Graham. I'll stand on that. My friend, Kara Lagunas, getting her second attempt, 7-key jump, That's a respectable jump. Keeping her chest up, fighting for the position. Ooh, very soft touch. Almost may have actually jumped the press command. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah, I think that was a jumping the press command. I'm gonna take the lifter side on this one because she's my friend. So, lifters at the table saying that there's a couple of inconsistencies with the setup, mainly being rack height and I think she said placement. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe the liftoff. She's talking to Johnny now. Let's see what gets granted. It seems to be she will not be getting granted a relift because she ended up taking the lift instead of replacing the bar and asking for them to change the height on that lift. Diana Perez, this is the lifter that was granted a relift at the end of the round. Again, I'm not sure why, but she did take a 2.5 key jump. And also for relifts, you don't have to take that. If you bottom out all of your energy on the last lift and then you still have one more lift to go, you could just not take it if you don't want it. I've been in that position before where I've been granted a relift and I just didn't take it because I was so gassed out from the mistake earlier in the day that I just didn't take the relift. Good lift, 2 out of 3 white lights for, I think that was Karen. Yeah, I think that was Karen. Unless it wasn't. Shoot, who knows? This is Karen Sanzo getting up for her last bench of the day. This is an interesting hotel, man. Not a lot. I haven't seen, I don't think any hotels. Hold on, let me get back to that. Karen Sanzo. Solid lift, solid pause, solid try. Let's see if he finishes it out, and she does. That was unbroken upward movement, so it should be 3 white lights, unless we get a yellow called for some reason. Yeah, this is the first hotel I've been in, I think in my entire life, that has windows that open. It's got like small balconies. That can't be safe, man. All of these traveling businessmen at the DFW airport, man, send some prayers and good vibes out to them because they're a little too, like I said, these windows open. Nice. Good third attempt from Jacqueline. It was a little shaky, but it was unbroken and it was consistent. And that's what you hope for at a third attempt. I guess the only better thing is if she added that extra 2.5 to 5 keys that she probably had the strength for. But that's a captain obvious. That's a captain hindsight thing, you know. Anyone who logistically puts disrespect on your name for not taking, you know, a third attempt a little bit heavier, it's like, man, who are you and are you paying me to have this conversation? Because it's like, it was my attempt to take, and I took it, and I executed. And who's to say if you were in my shoes, you would have done the same. Stephanie Miller, sitting pretty in first place, getting her third attempt for the day. I mean, really, this is just for fun. Like I said, she's competing against herself today, and there's really no position. There's no better position to be in. I don't really have fun when I'm competing against myself, I'll be honest. When I'm competing against myself in terms of there's only one lifter in the division. Addison Sagabarth, third and last bench of the day. Let's see if she executes. If you're coming from another sport and like watching this as a spectator, like you've never really had experience with the training that comes behind this sport, I'll say, depending on the lifter you are, you only do like, you know, 4-ish meets a year. You know, 6 on the high end, I'd say. If you're competing more than that, you're likely shooting yourself in the foot. But think about it. That's like 2 to 3 months of training training, 3 to 5 times a week of training, just to come out here all the way to DFW Airport and do 9 attempts and then be done until the next meet, obviously. But yeah, sometimes I think I'm going to compete for the last time, and it makes me very sad. It reminds me of my own mortality. Addison Davis taking out her 3rd attempt. This is our only teen lifter that I've seen today, I believe. So it is cool to see those teen and collegiate lifters out here traveling for these meets. I remember doing that. My bad lift for Addison, but still, she showed up, so she's a winner. I remember starting out 12 years old, doing all these travel meets, way too many travel meets, mind you, for the recovery I needed at the time. My mom and dad driving me from like the valley or from like McAllen to like all sorts of places, man. San Antonio, Houston, Dallas. I think I did a meet in New Braunfels or San Marcos once. When I was that young, I didn't do a whole bunch of like out of the state traveling. I did travel to 2019 Raw Nats in Lombard in Spokane, Washington. Got 2nd place as a teen too. That was really cool. I got to go with some friends and stuff. But those friends are no longer powerlifting, so that goes back to what I said about just lasting longer in the sport than your competition. That being said, you kind of have to have a better relationship with work and delayed onset gratification if you want to beat out your competition. Deanna Perez, I believe her last lift of the day, unless I know there was some Z-lift talk with her. Easy lift. It's up to her to take that 4th if she wants it. Brooke Carline getting ready. Looks like she bought the media package. Jake's doing a good job setting up a good shot for her lift here. Brooke's getting set up, wedged in for her last lift of the day. So many different setups to the bench. It's as unique to the person doing the bench, you know? Yep, couldn't get past the sticking point. Elbows just traveling far up towards the ears. Ideally, if you had a perfect bencher with perfect poise that was hitting like a true RPE 10, you would see a pretty bench, but it would just be slow. If they started moving their elbows too soon towards their face, it doesn't matter how strong or technically savvy they're no longer technically savvy, so they're not strong. So this is kind of one of those benches I was talking about where it's like slow, but it's technically savvy, but it's also heavy enough to actually slow down the lift. That being said, she didn't get it. She probably just has to clean up somewhere. Yellow lights is... Yellow lights is like catch-all. I just had to ask a coworker, a teammate. Yellow lights is a catch-all, so it definitely wasn't commands. It might have been commands. I don't know. I want to watch Kara. I have a feeling that whatever happened on her 2nd attempt, which I think was a rushed press command. She rushed the press command. It's not going to happen this time around. She's not a rookie. She's not going to make the same mistake twice. The only thing I'm worried about is the circumstances she had coming into this meet. Like I said, I knew she was going to get that. I had total confidence. The circumstances she had coming into the meet were less than ideal. She got here way later last night than she was supposed to because she got locked out of her car. It's funny. It's not funny, but it's funny. Chapin Shea, let's see if she's as fast as a bencher as squatter. Man, she's a quick squatter. She's got a pretty uneven bench grip if you can kind of see it, that's probably something her coach should pick up on. Maybe she's just maybe that's her setup though. Good lift from Miranda Martinez. Totally honest, I wasn't watching, but she walked off successful, so that's all that matters, you know. Guadalupe Garcia está on her opener. I did a project in high school for my math class. My senior year, I think I was taking like pre-algebra, not pre-algebra as a senior, sorry. Whatever, I think it was like pre-cal. I wasn't like taking crazy math classes or anything. I'm not that smart. But I remember doing a project on the Wilks formula versus the pound for pound, or the pound for pound formula versus the Wilks coefficient. Kind of differences, similarities, what the Wilks is, because most people don't really know. But the Wilks coefficient was a formula used to find a strength score, which is basically a random number that is higher when you're stronger and lower when you're weaker, but it's based off of your nice, good lift. It's based off of your body weight and your total. So it's the same inputs as a pound for pound formula, but it's a little different in that it factors in what weight class you're in and what gender you are. So there's no way to do that with total divided by body weight, which would be pound for pound. So that's why it's not the best coefficient for finding strength. There's mathematicians much smarter than me that argue over the pros and cons of Wilks. I think now we're using dots, or at some point we were using good lift points, which is GLP. I think we're using dots now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we are using dots, I'm not mistaken, which is a similar formula. But the reason pound for pound does not work is it doesn't factor in things like body fat, which is naturally higher for the female gender and for heavier weight classes in general. So not factoring that in, it gives a major advantage to lighter weights. And there is some discourse about how lighter people / middleweight people do have a slight advantage over extra small and extra large weight classes, given the I don't know, whatever fundamental mechanics of that coefficient is. Seeing Shaniqua do some solid opener work for that bench. Moved quick. Only one red light from the head judge. Don't really know what the deal with that is. Got her coach here asking about it, which is cool. It's completely okay. I've been interested in powerlifting for a very long time. It's an interesting sport because it's less functional strength and more mastery over skill. The skills of being able to set up consistently and under pressure, under external stimulus. So this is Madison Moore taking her first attempt of the day. 220-pound lifter, 176-pound bench press. I would say it looked like RP. Dog, I'm going to say RP 6.5 with a mid groove. I've been interested in powerlifting for a long time. Anytime I remember, like in high school or college, I had to do a project that I just didn't want to do, or a paper that I just didn't want to do. If I had the ability to make the prompt about powerlifting, just any creative way I could make it about powerlifting. That was the only way I found that I could actually stay on task. That's why art was a hard class for me to take, because you just had to write papers about art, which, I don't know, man. Art's, hold on. I really like art, I'll say. Danielle Short hitting her opener. Super fast. I remember her because she had the tribal, what looks like, it's just makeup, but it looks like tribal markings on her face. She looks like a she-tiger. Yeah, I like art, man. There's some cool artists out there. I like Anatol Krasiansky. I think he's like Ukrainian or something. I got a couple of his pieces. Some pretty cool guys like Joaquin Carrera on Instagram. But yeah, man, I like looking at art. I don't like writing about art. Kylie Maddox hitting her opener for the day. First 200-pound bench of the flight. Another easy opener. Another easy opener, nothing to report here. Got Gabrielle Dempsey coming up to the platform for her first attempt of the day. First 225 bench of the day. For those people who know pounds better, that's going to be a 2-plate bench from the 198-pound lifter. She's pretty strong, and I like her shoe choice today. She's wearing some New Balances. New Balance 574s, I think. No, I think I'm wrong. I like poetry. I read a poem once about a riverboat captain who was reminiscing about the days when he was like a private or apprentice or whatever they're called on riverboats. And he was talking about how he would look at the river and see such beautiful imagery. But now that he's a riverboat captain and a veteran and hardened, he only sees like the undercurrent and the stuff. Hold on. Chopin Shea, first, second attempt of the day. Let's see how she does. It's pretty good. Very fast. What am I saying? Very good. She looked less uneven on her grip that time around. Maybe her coach did catch that. Anyways, I was saying a poem about a riverboat captain, and once he becomes older, he loses the sight of the beauty of the river. You know, he sees beautiful waves, and he sees, oh, I got to worry about that undercurrent. He sees a beautiful sunset, and he thinks, oh man, I got to get back to the dock by this time or whatever. There's a reason I brought that up. Hold on. Miranda with her second attempt, another easy lift. Man, these are basically openers. The reason I brought up that poem is because I feel sometimes when I think to myself as a child and the wonder that surrounded this sport of powerlifting, it's great. And then when I think of myself now, I think of myself a little more like that riverboat captain who cannot really appreciate the newness of something, obviously, because it's not new. So, I don't know. That poem was in my head when I was doing this commentary, because I assume like new people are watching this, but maybe some vets are watching this who already know the sport very well. Guadalupe Garcia with 154 pounds on the bar at 198 pounds body weight. Good lift. I like when the spotters and loaders tuck their shirt in. It makes me think this generation has some class. It's Sam Shanatborn getting up for her second bench of the day, 170 pounds. This is my Obama impression, if he was a Obama powerlifting commentator. Seems to be a good lift. Liliana Ontiveros up next. That's the end of the impression. versus my friend from San Antonio, Liliana. I'm excited to see. I was excited to see everyone from San Antonio compete today. I actually didn't know Liliana was competing until I saw her yesterday. But I knew she was competing. I just didn't commit it to long-term memory. So it was a pleasant surprise seeing her yesterday. Getting set up, solid lift off. She looks like locked in. Shoulders don't move, bench doesn't move, bar does move. Ayo. Nice, good lift. That's one of those like slower, technically pretty lifts that you're just happy to be a part of, even if you're just watching. You know, that's a cool lift to watch. The technically savvy but slow one, I mean, because that just shows focus and mastery over the bar to the point where you're not afraid of it moving slow, but you can still stick with your technique without like, you know, freaking out and shrugging the bar into that bad plane of motion. Shaniqua Harris-Carter with her second attempt of the day, 181 pounds. That's what's up. That's like if she was benching like a smaller girl off of her or something. A girl that weighs that much. Madison Moore up on the bench with her second attempt of the day. That's what's up, solid lift. Powerlifters are a creative bunch. The reason I say that is because I'm currently remembering a couple of my own collegiate Nats experiences. Do you need I'm remembering my own couple of collegiate nationals experience, and the thing with that is you're in a hotel for a week, and if you're competing on the last day, you have to figure out food for the whole week. Even if you're not competing on the last day, you still got to eat, and I assume you don't want to go out to a restaurant every day unless you got money like that. But powerlifters are creative because they figure out a way to make it work for an entire week with a mini fridge and maybe a microwave. Because not every hotel has a microwave that's accessible to everyone. Danielle Short, pretty solid second attempt. I'm going to be kind of laissez-faire about these attempts until we see some thirds pop off. Powerlifters are creative, man, because they got to survive for a whole week without messing up their stomachs. And that's a big one, without messing up their stomachs. Because everything that doesn't need to be cooked, everything that's pre-cooked is loaded with sodium to keep it fresh. Well, besides like fruit and vegetables, obviously. But anything that's like pre-made, watch the sodium content on that. And if you don't know anything about sodium, I assume your stomach gets messed up when you compete, if you compete. But yeah, if your stomach does get messed up when you compete, look into your micronutrients, specifically your electrolytes. That's got a lot to do with the small intestine's ability to absorb nutrients or pass on nutrients. Yeah, good lift. I was watching her grind out that last like 25% of the lift. Not that it was much of a grind; it just moved a little slower. But like I said, I like seeing people. I like seeing people focus and be intentional with what they're doing, and not really get scared when the lift is a little heavier than they were expecting off the chest. You know. Gabriella Dempsey with her second attempt, 107. So this is the first lift that did not make it to the sticking point, at least failed below that sticking point. So when you don't even get it off the chest, most people are going to, people call that failure, obviously, but people will call it getting stapled to the bench. You just cannot get that weight even off your chest whatsoever. Excuse me. that can happen for any number of reasons. Who's to say why it happened to Gabriella there? When it has happened to me in the past, it's because I was ego lifting and was taking a weight that I knew that I probably maybe either consciously or subconsciously knew was too heavy for that day. I think I've only ever gotten, no, I've definitely gotten stapled in competition. What am I talking about? Those days where I have gotten stapled in competition, I was just not recovering well enough during my training. So I was underweight and under-recovered. So of course I didn't get a bench. Of course I got stapled. I was underweight and I was under-recovered. I will say I haven't gotten stapled by a bench, knock on wood, for at least 24 Arnolds or something. Yeah, I went to compete at 24 Arnolds. 2024 Arnolds as an equipped 93. Man, travel all that way just to bomb out is kind of the worst thing ever. But hey, man, the humility that comes with that kind of loss, you cannot buy it. You have to experience it. Oh man, she gets caught under the hook on the bench. There's really nothing you can do about that other than set up a little further away from the bench. But for something that's semi her fault to get caught under the hook like that for such an easy lift, man, that sucks. Especially for a third attempt, that'd probably be something that'd get in my head. Because to me, that's a rookie mistake. I've never gotten caught under the bench, under the hook for the bench, because I guess because I was gonna say because I'm not a rookie, but that's poor health. That's poor faith. Last bench for Guadalupe Garcia. She jumped 2.5 kilos and then 5 kilos. So I'm always interested to get a coach's thought process for a jumping pattern like that. Obviously it works. Obviously she gets the lift. Never mind. She got 3 red lights, which were, I think, yellow colored, which I think has something to do with like an incorrect pause. Here's something you see a little more often is like a 5 and a 2.5 key jump. Because sometimes people will have a plan going into their second attempt, like, oh yeah, I'm jumping 5 keys, I'm gonna feel great, and then they complete that second attempt, and they're like, oh man, I cannot jump another 5 keys, let's just do 2.5. Or take any other increment you like. Solid lift. I don't know this lady, but if she was as experienced as she looked on that last lift there, I think she had another 2.5 keys on her. She probably should have gunned it and went for the 5 key jump. Here we have Lily completing her 3rd attempt of the day, my friend. Got a 5 key jump, then a 2.5 key jump, coached by Jordan Glenn out of TSS Houston. He's a cool dude, good friend of mine. He used to coach my fiance. I know him pretty well. Smart dude, big Ninja Turtle back. Oh yeah, man, just could not get off the chest. She's a technically savvy lifter too. The bar looked pretty and controlled on the way down, but man, sometimes you open too high and you don't have anywhere to go. Sometimes you don't even know you're opening high until you get to your 3rd attempt and it just doesn't move. Again, Captain Hindsight would be a good guy to have on your team. Madison Moore, 2.5 key jump from her 2nd attempt. Man, I really want to see someone jump like 50 kilos and then just not show up. Just put the fear in everyone. Shaniqua Harris Carter coming up for her last attempt of the day. Here's another one of those special cases where she jumped 5 keys and then 7 keys, or more or less and then more. Maybe it was, I think I remember, maybe I don't remember anything actually, never mind. I was going to say, I think I remember her having some technical trouble on her opener, but still getting it, but maybe she made the conservative call to just be safe on the second and then just got tired of being safe and went aggressive on the third. Who's to say? Maybe she rolled out something that was hurting her. Danielle Short getting under the bar for her third attempt of the day. 90 kilos, 198 pounds at 220-pound weight class. Uneven press to get off the chest, but again, that's not illegal. It's just a little inefficient. But she's good. Psych. 2 red lights, blue, and a yellow. Kylie Maddox getting set up for her last bench of the day. Gets the start command, gets the press command, and just says, no, I didn't mean to laugh. It was a little comical, the way she looked great, looked so in control, and then just said, no, thank you. Thank you, I've had my fill of this weight. Gabriella Dempsey repeating her second lift of the day. She did not get it off the chest this last one, so it's cool to see her get back up for her third attempt. But if it's a waste of energy, that's not so good on her part. Doesn't seem to be a waste of energy. Seems to be a good fight to get that lift. Maybe something went wrong on that second attempt, something technical. Oh man, what a good fight. What a good fight. It was a good attempt to take. We're gonna get ready for deadlift. So I'm going to put you all on a waiting screen. Goodbye. All right, so we're getting ready here to start off our deadlift, the beginning of the end here, deadlift light 1, round 1, session 2. Starting off with Rona Van Rensburg, 281 pounds at 154 pounds. 281 pounds at 154 pounds body weight. Just waiting on a bars loaded call from the head judge. Want to get started here so we can get out of here. Bars loaded, the special command that gets us started. The faster he gives that command, the faster we all get to go to sleep. So that's what I'm basing everything off of. Good lift for Rona. Good opening attempt for her. Moved so fast, I blinked and I missed it. So we're going to move on to Ileana Rosas next, to 186 pounds at 154 pounds body weight. I wrote a little love letter to Johnny Graham. It has a picture of a dog on it that says, "I love USAPL," so I'm waiting for him to see that. Good opening conventional attempt from Ileana Rosas. Controls it all the way to the floor, giving the judges really no reason to give her any red lights. If you notice, deadlift moves a lot faster than bench and squat just because it's one command. It's somewhat simple loading, and it's a fast lift. There's only, like I said, one command. It's only up, and then you let gravity do the rest of the work. All you got to do is hold on to it. Good lift from Valeria. Looking at the difference in sumo and conventional stances. It's a lot of difference. About as much difference between a high bar and a low bar squat. I could stay here and talk about it for a while. I will say that a conventional lift is going to feel like you're using maybe a little more quads and I'll say back, or if anything. It's been a while since I conventionaled, especially in competition. It's been a while. I'll say the trade-off is similar with the narrow, wide grip for bench. A longer range of motion, you're going to have a lot more power off the floor. A shorter range of motion, like in the sumo, you're going to have a little less power off the floor. You're going to have to focus a little more on positioning if you want to have a lift that is just not gross. There's a higher margin of error in the conventional is another thing, regardless of the range of motion talk. You can brute strength a conventional deadlift a little more intuitively than you can brute strength a sumo deadlift. Sumo deadlift, because you got your feet way out there. There's really, of course you can do it incorrectly, but it's going to feel ugly. If you do a conventional lift incorrectly, it probably feels like every other conventional lift you've ever done, because most people don't know how to keep a neutral spine during the conventional deadlift, which does not mean straight, it just means neutral. There's going to be a little spinal curvature under any amount of load, whether that's squat or deadlift, or I'm sure even bench for that matter. But again, if that spinal curve becomes too great, you're getting into the territory of inefficiency. And you don't want to be inefficient when you're a powerlifter. You want to be efficient. Oh man, so she did not get that lockout. She eventually got it, but not before hitching or providing what was up-down movement necessary for that yellow light for the red light, yellow light for a red call. Up and downward movement and hitching are pretty dang similar. Hitching is a little more specific to at the top of your hips if you are like ramping that bar up on your thighs and then kind of standing straighter like you might see a strongman like Eddie Hall did it. If you watch Eddie Hall's lifts or Thor's lifts, Hafthor Bjornsson's lifts, you'll see them kind of like get that bar to their knees and then they'll start like rocking back and forth, inching that bar up their thighs, ramping that bar up their thighs, which is what the USAPL rulebook calls it, is ramping or hitching. Is a little different but similar. But if you are doing that ramping motion, you're going to get red lights all around, especially if it's kind of obvious. So we see Chelsea Fisher setting up in that sumo stance I was talking about a little earlier. Gets to the lockout quick. I'm looking at her right knee on our left. Yeah, so we have a couple of red lights. Which is for soft knees, which was what I was looking at. Got Chelsea Fisher coming up for her first lift of the day, her first deadlift of the day. This is Precious Andrew. She's been in first place kind of pretty much the entire day. Not pretty much, she has been in first place the entire day. Actually, she wasn't. She didn't have a forecasted total for her first attempt because she missed it on her squat. So I guess technically she's been in first place for most of the day. Doesn't matter where you start, just matters where you finish. Seeing Katie set up in her conventional deadlift. Yep, first lift of the day, nothing new for her, you know. Bars loaded, Sabrina, our only guest lifter of this session. I hope she's had fun today. I mean, there's really nothing else you can do when you're a guest lifter besides have fun, try to break PRs. If you're not having fun when you're doing a meet, take a step back. It's really important that you have fun when you're doing your hobbies. Seems like common sense, but you would be surprised how many people get lost in the sauce. Fast, quick lift. She was able to build tension really well and pop into a very quick lockout. Looked a little choppy. That's more of like a positioning of the hips thing as you get into the lockout portion of the lift. If your hips are kind of far back, not in an inefficient way, but maybe in an inefficient way, but if your hips are kind of far back and you have a lot of room to go before you bring your hips to the bar, what a good lift for, was that Rachel? Yes, 3 white lights, good opener for her. Going into the top of the round for Rona here for second attempts. Good stuff, I'm excited. So I was saying, if your hips have have some range of motion to go forward in order to get them from behind you, say if your hips are way far back in a sumo deadlift, but you lock your knees as you need to close that space, you're gonna find a very choppy lockout. This is not necessarily bad. It might lead to some inefficiency, some hyperextension of the knees, some chronic stress. Good lift, Rona. I don't know about chronic stress and all that, but if you are hitting that choppy lockout and you kind of want to stop or have found a reason to stop, like say it really messed up your performance at your third attempt on your last meet's deadlift, maybe look into keeping those hips a little closer to the bar as you build tension throughout that wedge. A little more quad dominance, a little more big toe dominance when it comes to bringing the hips into that wedge. Oh, good lift for Ileana, man. It's been cool watching her lift because she was the only lifter that didn't have knee sleeves on. So to me, that makes her even cooler, you know? Because, yeah, like, we're just, we all need knee sleeves, but Ileana doesn't. We're all just, like, kind of living in her world, you know? It's her world. We're just living in it. Yeah, if you've had a choppy lockout because your hips are kind of too far back as you hit the knees and are ready to lock out and you just kind of make your lift look like 2 separate lifts, maybe focus on keeping a little more quad tension and a little more weight in your big toe or just farther forward in your foot. as you wedge into that pull, the positioning of the bar towards your shin shouldn't change all that much. It should be still similar. The only thing that is actually changing is like the positioning of your hips and like legs and torso as your hips are in a different position, so it's making a different angle. But you're able to create a little more tension that goes straight up and down rather than your hips getting behind you and then forward. So you needing to make space for your hips to kind of make room for the bar to go into lockout position, you may want to look at your position starting off. And that's actually good advice for any lift, any lifter. Look at the starting position. Oh, not the best. Showing from Justice, just could not get the lift. I don't expect her to get her third attempt, but she's welcome to take it. But if I was a betting man, you know. Christy Doe coming up for her second attempt. So, 5-key jump. 5-key jump on a deadlift. It's kind of curious. It makes me think she's either not jumping as much as she should be, or she started off too light. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the first one. Maybe she's not jumping as much as she should be, because that looked easy for a second attempt. But again, who's to say she doesn't always pull that fast? I don't know. Stephanie Gallegos getting ready for her second attempt, 7-key jump here. I'm always like trying to telekinesis or what is it called? Telepathy to people when they don't have their belt on, because I'm just so nervous for them that, like, I'm not nervous they're gonna get hurt. I'm nervous they're just gonna forget their belt and like be angry at themselves. So I'm always trying to telepath my thoughts to these lifters' heads. Like, oh, don't forget your belt. Don't forget your belt. Look at this spotter and loader move. Spotter and loader crew move. You would say it's kind of like a pit crew if you could. There's some. This crew is smart. This crew is snappy. This is a good spotting and loading crew. It's not the best spotting and loading crew that I've ever seen. That would have to be my spotting and loading crew. Maybe not mine. It's not the best one I've ever seen. The real locked-in, keyed-in ones, crews I mean, they get that weight change so fast. And maybe they'll pick it up in a couple of rounds or a couple of attempts. But I'm always excited to see some good spotters and loaders work very hard. That's a pretty easy lift for Daniela. She did not get the lockout on the last lift. It looks like she got the lift, but she got at least one red, seeming to be for soft lockout. But I'm just happy she's here. I'm happy everyone's here. I'm grateful, you know. Chelsea Fisher getting set up for her second attempt, sumo lifter, I believe. This was the lifter that got me started talking about a choppy lockout, so let's see how she does. Maybe that was a different lifter. I don't know. Solid lift. It was locked out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 2 for 3 white lights. Again, all we need. You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? Katie coming up with her second attempt of the day, 12-key jump. I think I'm planning on taking like 20-kilo jumps for my lift. But if I do that, I have to open with the same weight that I did last meet. So I might just do 20-kilo jumps. Maybe I might do like a 20 and a 15 just so I can open heavier. Yeah, good lift from Katie. Let's hope she left enough room for her third. Yeah, if you have an opinion, just go ahead and shoot that opinion to me on whether I should open a little heavier and then do 20 and 15 key jumps, or do the same opener as I did last time, but just make sure I go 3 for 3 and do 20 key jumps. I don't know. Maybe someone has some perspective that I don't. Precious Andrew, pardon. Second lift of the day. That's a 17 key jump. That's right on, man. I like seeing big jumps, man. That shows confidence in your craft. You could, I mean, shoot, you could open, 200, then go 205, then go 210. But why? Because that's so boring, like, put some large jumps in there. If you can start actually consistently achieving those jumps, you're going to get a nice big 9 for 9 total at the end of the day. That being said, you have to go 9 for 9. You have to make the jumps, and you have to train with those jumps. You have to train with consistency in mind. Here's Sabrina, 15 key jump. Right on. Sumo deadlift and deadlift, honestly, all squat benches and deadlifts kind of look funky from the front angle. When I have athletes send me videos of their stuff and I want to give notes, it's hard to give notes from the front angle because you can't tell what their hips are doing in relation to their back. You can't see what the angles of their legs and hips and all that stuff is. I like the 45-degree angle from the back. That is my favorite angle to judge lifts on. Not so much like, I guess, judging in the meet perspective. Let's see. Oh, man, quick at, yeah, that's tough. So Rachel Barnes gets a really, really, really quick deadlift, but just can't hold on onto the top. Man. She definitely can get it. She just has to really extra focus on keeping that grip. Maybe she started losing the grip as soon as she started pulling it. The way it moves so fast, I wouldn't be surprised if she was fingertip gripping it. But some people, you just got to chalk up harder. Some people, you got to keep it real high in your hand, like close to your wrist and thumb. I've never had like long enough or strong enough fingers to be able to really execute fingertip deadlift consistently, which would be like where you have that bar, however heavy it is, basically just in your fingers. But it would be a good lift for Ileana. That's her last deadlift of the day, so she gets to go home a winner today, man. Good job, Ileana. Yeah, I've never been able to do a fingertip grip. Imagine like doing your third attempt, whatever, how much it is, and purely just fingertips, man. That's putting a lot of perfection. That's putting a lot of perfectionist stress on your grip there, on your forearms to kind of execute or fail. For someone whose grip's always been his limiting factor, I'm not going to do fingertip grip anytime soon. Rona, heck yeah. Frick yeah, Rona. You get the third after a nice little slow lift. And I say slow in a good way because you stuck with it. If anyone takes offense to someone calling their lift slow but successful, slow and steady, if someone takes offense to that, take a step back, think about what they said, pray for maturity or something. I don't know, brother. A good steady lift, it will always be pretty to watch to me, man. Right on. Valeria finishing out the day with a solid lockout. I don't think there was any up and down movement or anything close to hitching. Let's see. Yeah, three white lights. Justice getting up onto the, I met one person named Justice, so I don't know why that's stuck in my, Justice getting ready for her last pull of the day. She did not get this weight very far off the floor this last second attempt. So let's see how it moves today. Let's see how much intensity she was able to channel. Right on. Sometimes you just run out of talent. Sometimes sometimes you don't get that third because you didn't eat enough after bench or after squat. And those are always those aren't rookie mistakes. I'll say that because it takes a pretty trained power lifter and a pretty, what's the word I'm looking for, man? You got to have a lot of cognizance to know when you have to eat, even though you're not hungry. Here, let's watch Stephanie's last pull of the day. She did jump from 152 to 155 for her third attempt. That shows some level of confidence in the lift. Judges say bad lift on blue, which I believe is a soft lockout. Yeah, what a shame, man. She's going to tell all her friends she was able to do it, but USAPL is going to say a different story. Audrey finishing out her day very well, 155. Kilos is 342 pounds. We've been at double body weight for some time now. I just hadn't noticed. My friend Kara Lagunas is coming up next. Stick around. Man, that's what I was saying that earlier. She was the lifter that I was saying where I don't know about 5 key jumps. Man, this is coming out from someone who's completely uneducated to her training style. She had like 7 key jumps in her. If she started 2.5 keys lower and made 7.5 key jumps, she could have ended 2.5 keys higher than she did today. Let's hope it doesn't like matter too much for her placings. I don't have my phone on me right now, so I can't really check. One of the spotters and loaders just handed Annabelle, my girlfriend, like a phone or something. She's so cute. I like watching her. Finishing off the day very strong. One of those lifts that you just like to watch. Another 3 white light lift. Again, like I said, just love to watch those. This is This is Chelsea Fisher getting up. This is Chelsea Fisher getting up on the platform for her last deadlift of the day. It's going to be 386 pounds. This is one of the plate clubs that you find in kilos. So if she gets this and hasn't gotten it before, oh man, I was going to say she's going to join a pretty exclusive club, because the thing about these clubs, whether they be plate clubs or like body weight clubs, as in double body weight lifted or triple body weight lifted, is you cannot pay. You cannot pay with money to join these clubs. They're exclusive in that right. So when you hear about secret societies that wield power in politics or in economics, it brings me to these types of clubs. Like, in my mind, I mean. It puts my thinking like, well, I don't care. Oh, well, let's see this. Right on, man. Another one of those third attempts that you just like watching a lifter execute. Yeah, man. What does it matter if you're in the Illuminati if you can't, like, bench 2 plates or, like, squat double body weight, man? That stuff don't matter. I'll tell you now, if a Freemason came to me today and tried to do something shifty to me upright, man, I would challenge him to a bench off. Precious Andrew, who's been in first almost the whole day, gonna finish off her last lift of the day, just short of 200 kilos. She did break 400 for sure. She's at 435 with this lift. Her last lift was 400 plus 2. Right on, finish it out. Let's see how the lockout goes, see if it's soft. Get the knees, and she's good. And a big smile at the end. What a cherry on top. What a good day for her, man. She went, I want to say she went 8 for 9. She only missed her opener, if I'm not mistaken. Going back to Sabrina, gonna be the first lifter to break 200 kilos today, I believe. 440 pounds. All of these lifters are mixed gripped. I don't think I've seen a hook gripper yet. Yeah, man, just long day. Yeah, walk her off the platform, man. Yeah, difference between mixed grip and hook grip. On one hand, your hand is supinated. On the other hand, it's pronated, basically meaning they're facing opposite directions. A hook grip deadlift is both of your hands are facing towards you, which would be pronated, and you're basically squishing your thumb between your forefingers and the bar. So you're not really gripping the bar so much as trapping your thumb between the bar and your fingers so you can't let go. That being said, obviously you still can drop a hook grip. Nice, right on. What a fingertip grip. If you can see that, that is a strong gripper there. That is a strong deadlifter there, I should say. Those fingertip grips, like I said, I can't figure it out, man. My short hands and my short fingers were not made for that type of grip, or basketball for that sense of the matter. I was built for, if you don't know what I look like, I'm kind of a short and stout guy. I've kind of built for powerlifting. I'm also built to spread joy and love around the world. Karen Sanzo, first lifter of the second flight here. Cara Lagunas, my friend, is in this flight. I'm going to call out the stances and the grips until I see something different. That was mixed grip conventional. I think this is the first time I'm ever going to compete at a regional meet. Unless I competed at one like when I was a youth and I don't even remember it. It's a little bit of sumo mixed grip. Very quick, very fast. Man, some of these spotters and loaders are real G's, because some of them have to work out after this. All of these guys are powerlifters. All of them. All of the spotters and loaders, I mean. So sometimes you got to come travel for work, and you got to find a gym. Then you have to do this very hard work, like setting up this entire meet, spotting and loading a 2-session day, and then going and hitting, like, man, your primary squat or something. These guys are tough, man. It's a mixed grip conventional, very easy, from Brooke Carnline, 276 pounds. Diana Perez setting up for her opener.
Let's go, Diana!
I'm going to guess it's a conventional mixed grip. Oh, yeah. You don't really, you see hook grip a lot. I won't say you don't really see hook grip. You see hook grip a lot. Why you haven't seen it today, I'm not sure. Who's to say? Maybe there was a lot of hook grippers in last session. I just wasn't watching. I was handling. Addison Davis coming up to the bar, 319 pounds, 320 if you were to round up. This is a women's raw, no, this is a youth, a teen lifter. I'm sorry, not a youth lifter. I believe she was a teen 2. We have the wrong name up on the board. Yeah, she was a teen 2, 16 to 17-year-old. Pulling more than you, probably, if you're listening to this and pull less than her. She's pulling more than you. Stephanie Miller, first place, coming up to start off the end of her day with her opening deadlift. Yeah, something about, so that was actually a hook grip. So if you want to rewind like 10 seconds and watch her set up and lift, that was a hook grip lift. That was hook grip sumo. So I'm going to stop calling him out because now that I've proven my point of what that is. Cara Lagunas! Formerly, Cara Garcia. She's recently betrothed. Let's go, Cara. Nice. Right on. She has like a closer sumo stance, and I know her coach. He was my coach recently. He was my last coach. Now I self-coach. But the point behind that is going back to my other point about quad tension, building tension in the anterior chain, specifically the quads, in order to really leg press that weight off the floor. A lot of times you hear the sumo cue of like spreading the floor or splitting the floor apart. That has to do with like hip abduction more so than it actually has to do with, okay, you want to spread, you want to force your feet outwardly, because if you're forcing your feet out or forcing transfer out, you're not forcing transfer down, and you're not actually lifting the weight, you're just kind of leveraging it up in a very inefficient way. Every lifter's got their pre-lift ritual for deadlift. It's so cool to see, but really once you get your hands on the bar, everyone's in the same position. You're kind of just awkwardly bent over. That's cool. Everyone do your thing, obviously. My pre-lift rituals are freaky, so I'm not gonna cast judgment on anyone. I was reading something earlier today that I thought was pretty interesting. It's talking about how humans are pretty divine in that they're connected to the source code. What that means is you are the universe experiencing itself as a self, a consciousness, if you will. Hold up, let's watch Karen. This is gonna be her 5-key jump, second lift of the day. I assume this is gonna move very well. She's been blowing stuff up pretty decently. Yup, easy lift. She's a veteran. Not a veteran. She seems to be experienced is what I meant. Anyways, so you are the universe experiencing itself as a consciousness, as a self. So at one point you were Stardust, now you are Divine Ape, and then you will become Stardust again, which is pretty dope. But what I was reading besides that point that you are divine is that when you complain about something, you are producing a negative frequency. And what that means is you're basically telling the universe that you, the universe, has no power over your situation. Good lift, 15-kilo jump. That's what I like to see, man. A solid jump, solid lift. Yeah, if you are complaining, you are basically acquiescing defeat as the universe to the universe. And if you keep complaining, you're basically saying, I have no power to change my situation. Let's see this. It's going to be 140 kilos, 308 pounds. Solid lift, man. Yeah, so if you're complaining, you're basically the universe telling the universe that you can't do it. And if you say that to yourself enough times, it's going to physically, not just mentally, but physically rewire your brain to make that belief harder to break. Let's watch this lift. 10-key jump from Diana. Again, I think this is going to be another one of those like 3 white light lifts. You get a lot of that for deadlift until like third attempt, unless like there's someone who's just straight up not having it even on their first attempt, which we had one of those lifters today. Anyways, you complain enough, you radiate negative frequency enough, then that's gonna become your habit. So what can you do? You can either, this is the serenity prayer. You can either pray for the serenity and the mindfulness to know when something is out of your control. Okay, let's actually watch this here because she is not having a good day as to her opener. She did not break the floor very well. Yeah, she's not getting that one either. She's having a good, not the best day. It looks like she's gonna have to change something. She cannot go lighter on her third attempt, so she's gonna have to change something in her mindset. Her coach is gonna have to pull a magic trick out of his hat in order for her to really execute on that third attempt. 10-key jump for Madison Davis here. Let's see how it goes. It's a 342-pound lift from a women's Raw Team 2. Yes, yeah, good lift, nice. 2 out of 3 white lights, that's all you need. So you radiate negative frequency enough, it's gonna become a habit. And if it's your habit, man, you're screwed. There was something else I had in mind. Right, so you can either pray for the serenity or the mindfulness to accept things that you cannot change as they are, or you can have the power to change things. Let's watch Stephanie's lift. Oh man, Yeah, she gets there, man. I don't think the bar ever stopped moving. There was a little helicopter, but there wasn't any upward or downward. Nice, nice, nice. Good lift. Kara Laguna is my friend next. Yeah, man, you're the universe. You are the universe. You have enough stardust in you and enough connection to source code to change your position, your perspective. You can change things about your own life, which is so cool. It might make no sense to people listening to this, but if you ever feel like there's nothing you can do, man, there's always something you can do. Let's see Kara Laguna's 15 key jump. I like watching Kara lift. That's exactly why I like watching Kara lift. She makes a funny face and then she gives a pretty lift. It's fun. One thing I saw on a lifter earlier that I didn't note on because I was rambling, but when a lifter looks straight down at the floor during their lift and then looks up like at the last second once they've locked it out, that's kind of deleterious to your setup and to your shoulder position as you wedge into the bar. You want your upper back to be locked in and tight. You do not want to be shrugged because then that heightens your hands by like 2 inches. So you don't want that. You want your arms long and close to your knees. But if you're looking straight down, it's going to roll your shoulders forward slightly, which, believe it or not, for deadlift is not the end of the world. And there are some people like Shane Nutt who can make a very good conventional deadlift with kind of a shoulder round to their back. But if you're looking straight down, that's not good because, well, let's watch this. Nice 12 key jump and a smile. Can't really ask for anything more. Yeah, if you're looking straight down, you're not going to be able to like create much upper back tension or as much upper back tension that if you were just had like a neutral cervical spine and we're looking, I don't know, like not straight up, but straight forward. Throughout the lift, I mean. If you're focused on keeping your eyes on the floor throughout the entire lift, about halfway to the knees / past the knees, you're going to start putting your upper back in a position where it's not that efficient. It's not as efficient as if you kept neutral and just kept looking up as you lifted. So this is going to be a third and last attempt for Karen. I'm going to give her a hand really quick. Nice. I muted myself. That's why you didn't hear me cheer for her, but I totally did. Nice. Another thing I was saying about those like slow but pretty lifts, there's something about watching a lift go. You can watch it. I think this is what it is. It's a hard enough weight. It's a heavy enough weight where they have to struggle, but they focused and executed. So although it was slow, it never got out of position. It never got out of an efficient bar path. It never got way far in front of them, or they never got way behind themselves. So it's just a slow, pretty lift, and then they smile at the end, and oh man, it fills my heart with joy, you know? Because I've been that person that has had a slow lift. Let's see this. Jackie Bejarano, 140 kilos, 308 pounds, last lift of the day. Coach is screaming her guts out. Let's see. Oh yeah, I knew it. I knew it was white lights from way over here where I'm sitting. Man, because I've been that person before, the person that's struggled and struggled and struggled and then got the weight and then got it according to the rules. It's one thing, man, there's almost nothing worse than getting a lift and then figuring out you lost a light on some rookie mistake or something that could have been avoided. Maybe not so much a rookie mistake, but something that you knew if you focused a little more going into the lift, you would have gotten. Let's see, come on, Brooke, finish it out. She's just got to squeeze those glutes. They're going to give her a down command. She didn't get it. Yeah, that's tough. Sometimes when you're fighting for that lockout, it might be better for you to just stand still and then smile at the judge. Make eye contact with the judge. Because then you're in a position where, okay, maybe I can trick them to think I'm locked out rather than like making that face and keeping, I'm trying, and then they just give you the down command. If you're kind of like in a position where you can fake it, then fake it. But it's hard to have that focus when you have, your third attempt in your hands. So I'm not even gonna talk anymore about it, Looks like she's favoring her left leg a little. You can see like her left leg is taking a lot of that stress. Her grip is somewhat even. It was a good lift, so I'm nitpicking at this point. But shoot, that's what I do. I nitpick. Yeah, man, that left hamstring and quad seem to be working, 50% harder than her other leg. She's got to do more bilateral stuff. She's got to do some single leg lunges, some single leg press, single leg hamstring curls, quad extensions. She's got to even out those legs, get them both actively firing. All right, so this is Annalisa's last lift of the day. This is her last opportunity to stay in the meet. If she does not get this lift, she posts a 0 total, regardless of which she squatted and benched. She still completed the day. She's still here. She's still a winner, just not by USAPL's guidelines. What a good try, Annalisa. Thank you for coming. It was good to see you. Have a good day. Drive safe. This is Addison Davis, the only Team 2 lifter here today. This session, I mean. See how she does. See how well she finishes up, how well she can finish off this day. Again, this is the this is the lifter that reminded me of what I was talking about, looking straight down, and then I don't know, pros and cons of looking straight down and keeping a neutral cervical spine. Cervical meaning the vertebrae in your neck. There's a lumbar, thoracic, and cervical. So when you hear someone, I hear someone say I injured my L5 vertebrae, that's their lumbar 5 or whatever, which is like in the low back, or a C5. I don't think there's even 5 vertebrae up in the cervical neck, but the C5 would be like neck area back. All right, Stephanie Miller, gonna be, yeah, she was in first. That's right. She was a Raw Masters 82. Yeah. So you see her lift. She kind of rushes that wedge, which I recently heard of a cue from Sean Noriega, who's a kind of a big power lifter, of wanting to gradually step on that gas of that wedge, gradually build that tension. Because when you build that, or when you rush that wedge and you just go very quick, that bar is going to pull you back. You're not pulling slack if the slack is pulling you. All right, let's watch Kara. So this is going to be her last lift of the day. I'm not entirely sure if this is a PR, but I'm just going to assume it is for fun's sake. Kara getting set up in her very quad dominant stance, pressing. Oh man, she was right there. I think her hips just got a little bit far out from behind her. Her brace probably kind of, her pelvic floor obviously kind of got unbalanced, which is leading into her brace, which is leading into her hip position, which is leading into her finish and start, or finish position, as you say, not start position. But yeah, man, got to work on the brace, got to work on keeping the hamstrings active throughout the lift and lockout. If you shift forward too far into your toes, that's something that could happen, is your back just starts working too hard because that bar is too far in front of you, and then you just don't get the lift, which is a different story than just keeping a quad dominant wedge. You could do that successfully, but you cannot get that bar forward in front of you successfully. Addison Segabar finishing off the day really strong, 441 pounds at 183. Or 182, I'm sorry. That's pretty cool. That's pretty dang cool, I'll say. Moving on to the third flight of session 2, round 1. My friend Liliana's in this flight. That's how I'm going to remember. I commentate the next 2 p.m. sessions. So tomorrow afternoon and Sunday afternoon. And that's how I'm gonna remember who's competing and stuff by if they're my friends in that platform or not. Danielle Short. her tribal markings are going to be in full view of the camera in this next shot, so that's going to be pretty cool to see. She kind of looks like, she kind of reminds me of I don't know her name. Do I know her name? It's the cool lady from He-Man. I don't know, man. I should ask my dad. She's giving Tiger Lady. It was a good lift for Danielle. I assume she's going to make a pretty good jump there. Miranda walking up for her first attempt. 198 lifter, 352-pound opener. That's what's up. My friend, Liliana Ontiveros, ready to open up with a bang here. She did complete all of her squats. She completed 2 of her benches, and we're hoping for 3 squat deadlifts here and an 8 for 9 day. For me, anything above a 7 for 9 day, I'm happy with. But for my athletes, that's their call. If they want 9 for 9, I'll be happy with 9 for 9. You ever notice how the water in hotels is just really hard? It just messes with your hair and your skin. I feel like it gets me dried out. Shaniqua Harris-Carter getting ready for her first attempt here. I like the color of her hair. It pops. Super fast lift. Oh, yeah. One thing that I have seen a couple of lifters in my personal experience do, is wear a wrist wrap on their underhand for their deadlift. I'm going to assume that's for grip, but the only other person I've ever seen do it is Ian Bell, son of legendary Gene Bell. I've never asked him why he does it. I assume it's like an underhand grip thing. It's got to be. Maybe it's just personality. Who knows? Quick deadlift from Sohm. I mean, like I was saying, man, the deadlifts move fast. We're already on third attempts. We're already on third flight, first attempts. It's going to be over before we know it, man. Watching Kylie get set up for her deadlifts is kind of making me nervous for my deadlift. I won't even lie. Nervous in a good way, you know? If you get those butterflies flying in formation, you know, like John Jones said. That's what John Jones said. Like Mike Tyson said, there's nothing stronger than a man whose time has come. So I just got to convince myself that it's my time. I think I can do that pretty well. I think once I do that, when I'm getting ready for my lifts tomorrow, if anyone gets in my way, they might want to think twice. Guadalupe Garcia getting ready for her opener. Another fast one, if you could believe it. You know, I want some slow openers, actually. No, that's not good. Yeah, man, this session I've kind of been bouncing off myself since I have no partner to commentate with. So we'll see if tomorrow and the day after are any different, or if you just get more of my unfiltered thoughts. Because sometimes I need a check. I need someone to check what I'm talking about. Very quick lifts. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I give a lot of respect to these spotters and loaders. I know I've been saying it, but I'm watching them work very hard, and I'm sitting and commentating. So that's why I don't know. I'm being reminded of my gratefulness. Let's watch Gabriella Dempsey. She's one strong 198 lifter. I've been enjoying watching her because I was a 198 lifter for a while. It's a good lift for her. The reason I keep falling into the I am a 198 lifter is because I am 93 kilos, roughly, like walking around body weight. So to me, that means 93 kilo weight class, which basically means 90 kilo weight class. But I really could not be farther from making weight in the 198s, man. I guess I could be farther. This is Chapin, Miss Shea, starting off our second round of deadlift. Got it very quick. Nice, easy lift. I really had no doubts about that lift. I saw her lock out. I really only saw her lock out, and I was like, yeah, that's probably a good lift. Watching Danielle get locked in for her second attempt. She's kind of got like a pseudo-conventional sumo stance. I don't know if that's the same stance she had last attempt. But the thing with wide stance conventional lifts, wide grip conventional lifts, is they're always awkward. And you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. By widening your grip, you're increasing the range of motion that you have to do in order to complete the lift. But you're also double increasing your range of motion by being in a conventional stance anyways. So it's like, maybe you should, my thoughts are, maybe you should stand a little more narrow on conventional, or just commit to like a froggy stance sumo, which is like narrow sumo. Hey man, I was talking, I didn't even get to say her name, but good lift there for her. Forgot her name. But my friend Liliana is coming up next. 7-key jump from her somewhat smart coach, Jordan Glenn. Yeah, you can tell the day is starting to get to her. Fatigue is starting to set in, and they're going to have to make a pretty smart call on this third attempt deadlift here. Something I started doing when I started coaching myself, and really I didn't start doing it, I kept doing it from my old coach, but that was SBD days. And I'll get into that after I watch Shaniqua demolish this second attempt. 391 pounds. What did I say about demolishing it, man? I should have used a more appropriate word, like, I don't know. It moved very quickly. Something about SBD days, man. It's the perfect training day to work on meet day conditions, which is, I don't know, it depends on what day you're having on that SBD day, but you know for a fact you're going to squat, bench, and deadlift for at least 3 sets on competition day. That's not including warm-ups, but you warm up every day of training, so I'm not going to include that. SBD days are a perfect way to gauge your endurance for a meet day. SBD days are very useful in that regard. Good lift for Soam there. Oh yeah, good lift for Soam. She's got one more for the day before she finishes out. SBD days are days when you do all squat, bench, and deadlift. And those are pretty useful, like I was saying, because the only time you ever do that is either in training if you do that, or on meet days. So you may as well practice like you play and dedicate one of your days to the 3 main lifts. And it doesn't have to be all primaries. I think I do like primary squat, like tertiary bench, and secondary deadlift. Kylie Maddox looking to join the... she already hit 3 plates, actually. No. She hit 170 last attempt. 180 securing her place forevermore in the 3-plate club, unless she's already hit it in another meet or training or something. I will say hitting a certain goal in the gym versus in comp is just different, because there's always an asterisk by PRs you didn't hit in competition. you have to tell people, oh, no, I hit that in the gym, though. You have to tell people, like, yeah, I tried it in comp, but I didn't get it. Powerlifters are going to respect comp lifts a little more than gym lifts. It makes me giggle when some dude's like, yeah, I leg press this much. It just makes me giggle. Watching Madison Moore get set up for her second attempt, 435 pounds on the bar, lifting at 220 pounds body weight. Wowzers. She's got one more attempt before she starts lifting double body weight, so that's pretty cool. Hey man, while I have this this platform to speak on, I do want to say a lot of powerlifters, a lot of people, powerlifters too, give CrossFitters a lot of bad vibes, a lot of bad juju from one athlete to another athlete. Just bad vibes. Maybe don't do that. If you've never tried CrossFit and have only ever been a powerlifter your entire life, not only are you just having an unfounded kind of dumb opinion, but also you're putting like down a much larger network of athletes for kind of no reason other than your own pride. A real secure person would be able to dedicate their time and maybe even life and energy to something like this without second guessing themselves. So maybe if you are talking crap about other people, maybe go try on their shoes for a mile or two and then come back with some perspective, because that's going to be a lot more useful than just like some mouthy young powerlifter. Miss Shea setting up for her third deadlift of the day, last one to finish it off. Another quick one. You can't really tell from the front angle, but I'm sitting kind of off to the side, so I saw a little bit of space between her shin and the bar, which makes sense for how fast she wedges. She doesn't really milk all of the tension she can create out of those moments. She doesn't really milk the slack out of the bar while she's setting into that wedge. She kind of guns it, she grips it and rips it. And that's cool for a couple years, and then it gets frustrating because then you start plateauing and start missing lifts. So my advice to her, if she's listening to this, is look at Sean Noriega's recent post on gradually increasing tension in the wedge. Danielle Short finishing off the day strong, unsuccessful on her third attempt. What does it even matter when she's a winner and she's got that cool makeup? Bars loaded for Miranda Martinez. 375 pounds on the bar. That's her name, Miranda. That's who I couldn't remember last round. Pulling through, keep it still. Nice. You may be surprised at how often lifters lose the deadlift at the top. It makes total sense to not be able to break the floor, to lose it below the knees. But sometimes people lose it at the top, and it's a shame because you did all that work, and for what? My friend Lily, pulling a 5-key jump. That was a little more than I was expecting, I'll be totally honest, after the speed of her second attempt. So let's see this. Oh, yeah. What can you say except you did your best? And that's really all anyone can do, huh? I'm excited to see her get back into the laboratory, see what games she'll cook up for next meet. Kylie Maddox heading up to the bar next. Now she's going to hit the 405-pound club, which is a 4-plate club for pound plates. So that's pretty interesting to see. I'm wondering if she's hit that before. I wonder if she even knows. Some people don't like to know what weight is on the bar for their third attempt. Me personally, I'm not going to get psyched out by a number, but that's just me. So that's kind of that froggy stance I was talking about, where her heels are slightly outside her shoulders or even shoulder width, but your hands are still inside of your shins. To me, to me, wide grip sumo or wide grip conventional, just anything wide grip for no reason is kind of an abomination. A wide grip should only be for allowing your lats the room to kind of pull through into the lockout, lest you get soft shoulders. Interesting little right-legged movement there. Yeah, it was 3 white lights. I just kind of saw something funny. I thought it maybe looked like ramping from where I was sitting, not from the camera angle. But good thing I'm not judging. So Soam finishing out her last deadlift of the day. 10 key jumps all the way up to her 3rd attempt. Let's see how it moves. Oh yeah. The smile on top is just icing on the cake, man. Seeing someone enjoy what they do and seeing them do it well, man, two coins of an equally nice coin, you know? I like watching dudes get hyped after they complete a lift, but I'd rather just see them like be happy. We got a "Let's go Lupe" chant going on in the the chant. We should have started chanting her from the opener, man. She got that so easy. I don't even gotta look at the lights. It's a 462-pound deadlift from a 198 lifter here. Yeah, man. Sometimes it's just a little too heavy or a lot too heavy. Madison Moore finishing off the deadlift for this first day of Southwest Regionals here. Crowd's giving her some noise. Let's see how she does. Literally everyone in the room is watching her here. Yeah. That's a real good lift to end the day on. I'm happy she got that. Very nice. End on some positivity here, folks. You are a divine ape. You are connected to the source code or infinite consciousness or God. And if you don't feel like you are, do some meditating. Do some gratefulness exercises, some mindfulness exercises. Bye.